Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Gloucester County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, February the 3rd, 2026. At this time, Ms. Steele, would you call the roll?
Dr. Orth?
Here.
Dr. Leming?
Here.
Mr. Hutson?
Here.
Mr. Chriscoe?
Here.
Mr. Nicosia?
Here.
Ms. Hanson?
Here.
And Mr. Bonniville?
Here.
All present.
Very good. Next, all that are able, would you please rise for the invocation given by the Reverend Dr. Katrina Brown from Bethel Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance from Ms. Harper Monroe from Bethel Elementary, as well as the 2015 Little Miss Daffodil.
Good evening, all. As we gather here in the month in which Black history is celebrated and highlighted, I welcome the opportunity to provide the invocation, although it is a very bittersweet moment for me, because for the first time in my 20-year residency in Gloucester County, there is no African American participating as an elected supervisor. Nonetheless, the Lord is still present now as he was with the generations and the ancestors before us. And in Bible days, God spoke through prophets and kings with messages about how he wanted his people to live. And I believe something that God gave King Lemuel is appropriate for such a time as this. Proverbs 31, verses 8 and 9 tells us to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves and for the rights of those who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly, defend the rights of the poor and needy. You, as our leaders, are expected and elected to do exactly what those verses require each and every day. And the Lord further challenges you with words given to the prophet Micah, who wrote a response to the question, "What does the Lord require of you?" It is to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Let us pray. Lord, we come to you once again in praise and thanksgiving, asking that you would be in the midst of all that takes place this evening, and that it would be decent and in order, and that our leaders would act with wisdom, justice, and compassion, and that their actions would always glorify you. It is in the precious name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under your God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Harper. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Okay, we will move now into our agenda. First item up will be approval of the minutes from November 18th. So moved. We have a motion, we have a second. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Next, we'll have the adoption of our agenda.
Mr. Chriscoe, if I can
Yes.
just interrupt just for a moment, we're having some technical difficulties.
Yep.
So I just wanted to let you know that right now the system that I normally use is not connecting. It's just doing a little spinning wheel. As long as Joe's got the backup video recording in the back, we'll be able to load that tomorrow. But so far, I have missed the beginning of the meeting. So I'm going to continue to try to connect, but I just wanted the board to be aware and the citizens to be aware.
Do we need to double check with Joe to make sure we're good, or do we need to take a couple minutes to make sure we get everything? Joe says we're good, so just wanted to make sure we're getting something. Okay, perfect. Okay, next up we have adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Next, we have approval of the consent agenda.
So moved. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Dr. Leming.
Move to extract 5C.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, please.
I think your rules say that if any member of the board wants an item removed from the consent agenda, it should be removed.
Okay.
So I don't think you need a motion.
Okay. Do we need to handle that right now, Mr. Wilmot?
No, sir, you could handle it whenever you deem appropriate.
Mr. Leming, do you have a preference as to when?
Regular agenda, C.
Yep, we'll make it Where is my,
It's, you got two, it's on the back,
I know, but,
at the top.
yes. So we'll do it, well, we'll do it at the regular agenda. I was looking over that, and we will do it as item C and move board appointments to item D. So it now becomes 11C.
So moved as amended.
We have a motion as amended. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Next, we'll move to matters presented by the board. I know Dr. Orth has expressed an interest to have a moment here. So, Dr. Orth,
Yeah,
take
thanks,
us away.
Mr. Chair. So in the last year or so, we've had quite a few comments from citizens regarding utilities. I think this might be a good moment to highlight some things that have recently happened with our utilities to show the citizens just what a great crew we have. So Friday night, we had a break on Main Street. And this is Friday night. It seems like breaks occur on weekends and holidays. The crew was dispatched. They were there, and as you know how cold it was, they worked through the night into Saturday morning. I went by Saturday after about 9 o'clock after the gym, and the road was covered with water. The people were still there and working, and I believe the water got turned on in an appropriate way. And this is important because when they have a line break, they've got to turn the water off to a number of people. So can you imagine waking up Saturday morning and not being able to get a cup of coffee or cook your breakfast? If I didn't have coffee in the morning, you wouldn't want to hear from me. So, kudos to those dedicated servants. Now, the other thing is, you saw some video. We had some work done on a right-of-way down at Wycott. I went there before they started the work. You couldn't walk to this place. And if we were going to try to get some machinery, a number of things had to be done first. So first, they had to move 680 tons of rock, okay? 688 tons of rock that was used by a machine they had to rent at $7,200. It took them several days to spread the rock. They got to the culvert area, which had been blocked by a large tree that had basically rerouted the culvert. So the first thing they had to do was move the tree. Then they found out as they dug the culvert, the pipe was broken. They had to bring in a number of segments of concrete pipe, $7,200. They had to lay that down. They had to redo the culvert. And now we have a perfect road that goes all the way to that area. And then they're going to continue that road to the jail so that now with the consent orders that we get to check our pipes and everything, we have vehicles that can now access that without sinking. And that excavator that they had, I mean, it was a swamp that the excavator did get stuck. That had to be pulled out. I mean, it was literally stuck. But they stuck at it, and there's a beautiful road. If you want to go down to Wycott, you can walk out it and take a look at the great work that they did there. The job isn't finished. They still have to do some more. Now, the other thing I want to mention is that, they ask, people ask, what do we do for, putting more money into utilities? So in the last 4 or 5 years, just to highlight what we've spent, over the last few years, we've spent $68,000 for a pipe puller used to pull pipes under objects like roads. We have $73,000 for a valve exerciser machine. We have lots of hydrants that have to be exercised, and yes, hydrants need to be exercised to work properly. $64,000 for a mower for the Beaver Dam, which is a slope mower, and that has to be done because the dam cannot be, we have to be very careful about our dam. And so we have a slope mower that has to be used to be cut. $140,000 for a crash truck. Okay, whenever any work is done on 17 or roads, VDOT requires us having a crash truck. We've also spent over $1 million in a lot of capital projects. We've spent over $3 million for the automated meter systems for the houses that are on water, and that is going to be really a great help for our staff because that means that they don't have to go out and do a measurement at a house. They can see all the data at one spot in town, and it gives citizens an opportunity to see about their water usage. It also gives us an opportunity to understand where our leaks are, which has been significant. And any leak that we have, that is water that has been filtered and costly. So the more water we save, the more money we save. And of course, it's a safety issue. We have had people that have had concerns about getting out of their trucks to measure the meters. Now we don't have to worry about that. And last, I want to give obviously kudos to our department, utilities department, both at the water plant and here the people that do the work on the roads. And in particular, I want to give kudos to our utility director, Ms. Katie Legge. There were concerns when she was hired that she was up for the job. I can tell you, since she has taken over utilities, that program has moved really well and put us in a forward-looking direction. And while things are still not perfect, they're getting there, and she has turned that program around. The people in the department, the morale is 100% better, and Ms. Legge is totally dedicated to her people and to the citizens of this community to make sure we have good water and appropriate water at the right time. And if we have breaks, she's very concerned about making sure citizens know about it. Again, kudos to Ms. Legge and our utilities department. And that's it. Amen.
Round of applause for that?
You bet.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have two.
Yes, sir. Dr. Leming.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like
Dr.
to...
Leming. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I apologize.
I know you're very
I usually
boisterous, however,
carry just fine.
just to make sure we get it on the recording.
Mr. Chairman, I have two items that I'd like the board support on, hopefully. The first item is that I'd like planning and zoning to prepare a presentation to the board at a later time regarding community development authorities or CDAs. And I'd like, in addition to that, for them to develop perhaps a draft ordinance whereby the county could accept a CDA or a community development authority. And if you'd like me to speak to that briefly, I'll be glad to.
Well, that's fine, sir. Please do.
So the most immediate problem that I see, a couple times recently I've had the opportunity to go down into Holly Beach subdivision. And for those of you who haven't been there, there's a paved road in there which the state owns. It's called Dogwood Trail. It's a nice road. And all of the other roads in Holly Beach are dirt trails. And quite frankly, I understand that the county owns these. I understand that. I also understand that the HOA or Civic Association agreed to be the maintainer of these roads. And so we don't have a burden to maintain them, which means parts of those roads look like a third world country that no piece of emergency medical equipment will ever get down. And I think that if 51% of that community wanted to, they could create a community development association, which would then be able to sell public issuance, which would then be funded, the debt service would eventually be funded by the citizens in that subdivision. It would be a way for them to fix their problem, Mr. Chairman. Additionally, we've recently had at least one developer come to the county who was denied by the Planning Commission. That's not really my issue. But they wanted, as a part of their proffer, to create a CDA. And I don't believe we have an ordinance to accommodate a CDA application. All I'm asking for is for planning and zoning to make a presentation to us and to perhaps create a draft ordinance that then could be presented to the board for its consideration to create a receptacle, if we needed to, for a CDA. That's my whole issue on that issue, topic on that issue. The second issue is...
Give me 1 second.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Is the board okay with Dr. Leming's recommendation here, and we can have that as something to add to the planning and zoning department to get done with the other few things they have working on? I know it's just a handful, so
I didn't put a time stamp on it. I got the picture. I just went on the radar.
so yes, we will move forward with that. Dr. Leming, your next point, please.
The next issue is near and dear to my heart, and I have to confess to you that I'm conflicted in this request. In my subdivision, we have had a blighted property. We had a blighted property for more than 25 years. We had a sick hoarder junkyard that comprised of 4 lots in our subdivision, and despite Mr. Gentry's heroic efforts for 25 years, the only way it ever got resolved, despite numerous complaints, was Mr. Myers died. And fortunately, the estate had to be liquidated, and in order to do so, they had to clean up Mr. Myers' junkyard in our subdivision, which had an estimate of $80,000 to clean it up. While I was down in Holly Beach the other day, I was asked to go look at another Wayne Myers junkyard. And I've talked to Mr. Gentry, and I think Mr. Gentry's doing what Mr. Gentry can do. I'm just going to say that. But I have to tell you that the people around there who are taxpayers want the zoning violations and the code violations remedied. And I think they ought to have an opportunity to have that property declared blighted in some way and then have action pursuant thereto. We don't have that in our ordinances that I'm aware of. And all I'm asking again is for a study for planning and zoning to look at and bring back to the board perhaps a draft ordinance on blighted properties.
We might want to ask Mr. Wilmot to look into that first, and then from there, we can determine if it's something we can do, or if we need to take it to planning and zoning, and maybe even the planning commission. Does that work?
That works for me.
Does that work for you, Mr. Wilmot?
My effort is only to try to get this conversation moving.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Historically, when a new board member comes on the board, Mr. Weinberger, among others, they expressed concerns, legitimate concerns, over blighted properties in the county. I will dust off my previous memos regarding the matter, which I've sent to the board on multiple occasions. The degree to which the board pursued them is up to the eye of the beholder, as well as county administration. There are mechanisms to address blighted properties that are already in effect. Not sure that they totally satisfy all situations, but they satisfy most, or they could satisfy most. So do you have an address of the property that Mr. Myers formerly owned or with which you are concerned?
I'll be glad to get that for you. I don't have it
If
right
you
at the
could get
moment.
me
will.
the address of the RPC number, I could get with Mr. Gentry. And typically, the county is driven by complaints,
All right, I
as you are
understand.
aware. I don't like that. I think if it's a violation, it's a violation. And we should cite it, and I should prosecute it. But that's not reality. Reality is we don't have the time, love, or money to do that, or personnel. So I will recirculate the memos, dust them off, and massage them so they're appropriate to today. I'm thinking, however, that we have the ability to address most blighted property situations currently, whether they be violations of the Uniform Statewide Building Code, or whether they be unlawful accumulation of trash, refuse, and debris, or whether they be zoning violations. Typically, we can address most objectionable activities with current legislative enactments without throwing another law on them. But I'm going to do that, and I'm happy to do that because I agree 100% that this county has too many blighted properties, and we should be addressing them.
Mr. Chairman, I really just have one comment, and I appreciate Mr. Wilmot's dissertation. My neighborhood believes that the current whatever it is essentially, and this is not my word, this is the word of my constituents, feckless.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
I just want to mention that I, after hearing some of these comments, I met with Mr. Gentry, and I will definitely would like to work with the county attorney. I think he's completely correct that the board already has the authority within the ordinances to address many of these issues. My understanding that most of the delay is related to the courts aspect of it. So one of the things that I wanted to check with Mr. Wilmot on is his opinion on risk management of when to go to the court and when not to. So that's something I think that we can definitely bring back to you. And I also appreciate Mr. Wilmot's comment too, that the more that we do, the more that it's going to be involved as far as the staff time. But I think everybody's sort of frustrated with this, so maybe it's the time to get something done.
By the way, I appreciate Mr. Leming's comments about that because we have a situation in my neighborhood that has come up that is probably like yours and maybe even worse. And we are trying to get Mr. Gentry because there's also a burning issue, and we're not sure what's in that property, but it could be environmental issues that are beyond imagination. And all we can do is see it from the air. But yeah, I think attention to that matter would be really helpful. Thank you.
Good. Any other matters presented by the board's members? Okay, seeing none, we will move to county administrator items. Ms. Steele.
Nobody fall over, but I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we will now move on to our scheduled presentations. Our first presenter is Matt Barber, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Tourism, to discuss Gloucester County's 375th birthday and America's 250th year-long celebration and plans. Thank you, Mr.
All right. Is this one the new one for, sorry, new technology? We're making sure it's working. Good evening, everyone. Is it? I'll give her a second.
And just for the board members, Mr. Harris let me know that it may not be broadcasting to all of your laptops, but we are going to get it up on the screen.
Do you have it? Okay.
All right, I think we're good. Okay. All right. Hopefully we won't need to be turning out the lights as much with this new technology, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. So, for up there.
All right.
I don't know.
Put some sunscreen on the thing.
All right, I'm up here tonight to talk about our upcoming plans to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America, but also the 375th anniversary of Gloucester County. There's no doubt 2026 is a big year for us with both these milestones going on at the same time. All right, so first I kind of want to get into what we have planned for the 375th. The theme for this year-long celebration we have going on is called Honoring Our Past and Celebrating Our Future. Throughout the year, we plan to have various online campaigns, including a dedicated website that's going to have an online store, various event listings, and highlighting all of our partners and things going on around Gloucester County. We're going to have social media campaigns and online advertisements to encourage visitors to come to Gloucester to celebrate the unique achievement of being 375 years old. I think it's kind of a perfect time to celebrate it because as the whole country's celebrating 250, I think it's kind of eye-opening to a lot of people to say, wow, we're 375 years old in Gloucester County. So I think we kind of take that for granted around here, but it really is a unique thing. So with all that, we're going to also get branded merchandise, and a lot of these items are going to be for sale at our online store that I mentioned, but we're also going to have some giveaways and various things throughout the year at our events that we have planned. One of the big parts of that is our annual ornament that we do each year around Christmas, and that's going to be themed towards the 375th and 250 for Gloucester County as a whole. We're developing a Gloucester 375th passport, which is modeled after the Virginia 250 passport, which what it aims to do is highlight notable places around Gloucester and encourage visitation. This isn't going to be limited to just historical places, but it's going to be an opportunity for businesses and everybody to get involved to be in this event listing, this passport listing, to get more business and visitors coming into their place of business. The museum is also partnered with the Gloucester Historical Society and the Gloucester Genealogical Society to coordinate, record, and produce videos. Our goal is to interview between 5 and 10 longtime citizens who've been active either historically, politically, or socially in support of Gloucester County. To date, we've done 2 of these interviews, and we plan to air them in the coming weeks and months ahead. Tourism has created an online campaign asking citizens to complete a survey to collect photographs and other print materials throughout the years. Museum staff is going to review all this and archive it. We actually launched this campaign last week, and we're going to kind of enhance the marketing for that in the coming weeks. To do all this, we're leveraging our Gloucester 250th committee that's going to have a subcommittee dedicated to the 375th. This encourages citizens and volunteer buy-in, so it helps with all the various civic groups and awareness and reach that's going to go on throughout the county. The major highlight for the 375th is going to really be our event schedule, and we'll kind of get into that more on the next slide here. Kind of following a calendar timeline, chronological timeline. We're going to be starting obviously in February because we're in February now. We're going to be celebrating 375 years of Gloucester County through famous Black residents in Gloucester County to honor Black History Month. And so it's going to be various social media stories. We'll have some stories in the museum, and our various partner community groups throughout the county are going to have programs that we're working with them on. Next up is the Daffodil Festival, which actually is another big milestone this year. It's the 40th annual Daffodil Festival. So while that event is going to be themed more towards the 40th, it's also going to have an element of the 375th incorporated into it to celebrate Gloucester County as a whole. Our 2 big events that we have that are going to be specific to the 375th are going to be a July 5th community cookout and a September 5th Gloucester Day celebration. The July 5th event is going to be modeled after a nationwide campaign, which is America's Potluck, and it's going to be held at the Old Page Middle School site. The September 5th event is going to be held on Main Street here in the Court Circle area, and we plan to have a block-style type party, and we're going to be celebrating Gloucester's rich heritage and all of our Gloucester vendors and Gloucester businesses and all that. We're going to close out the year by partnering with the Guinea Jubilee, which is going to incorporate the 375th into their planning and their theme this year, and we're also work on the Christmas and Holiday Parade and theme that towards the 375th. Our goal with this event calendar is to create some new events that are specific to the 375th, but also kind of piggyback off our long-term existing events that have been going on over the years that really highlight Gloucester County. All right. As everybody knows, probably seen it all across the country, really, the America 250 campaign that's been going on. But we have, in conjunction with the 375th, we have a plan to kind of celebrate the Gloucester County version of the America 250 as well. We established a Gloucester 250th committee back in 2023, and they've been working hard on projects and programming ever since that committee was established. For 2026, we've already received 3 grants dedicated to the 250th. These are going to help with website enhancements, marketing campaigns, both print and digital campaigns, and facility rehabilitation. So it's actually, this new funding we have is for this screen and this new technology that's working right now. We have that as part of our grants that wanted that help fund. So we're also going to be getting museum accessibility to the first floor and from a chairlift, and also going to be doing additional preservation work in this building based off the presentation that was done, I think, back in November from Andrew and our historical recommendations. We're going to be creating professional videos. They're going to be played for tours in here, but also can go online and social media and all that too. We're part of the Virginia 250th Passport, which is what I mentioned earlier for the Gloucester 375th version of that, and that is a statewide campaign, which we're a part of that. So it's encouraging people that are visiting Virginia to come get your passport stamped here at the museum and the Court Circle. So we're excited to be a part of that. We've partnered with GCPS to do some bingo cards and also a landmark scavenger hunt, which is going to encourage local students to visit places throughout Gloucester County and kind of go back to the museum and get a prize. So that's a partnership between GCPS, the museum, and community engagement. Some of you may have seen the Battle of the Hook driving tour, which has been circulating. We launched that late last month, and that kind of goes right along with our existing driving tours, our historic Courthouse walking tour, and our Guinea Heritage driving tour. We plan to unveil 2 new exhibits this year dedicated towards the 250th, which you see right there on the screen, reimagining the Battle of the Hook, and also Gloucester's Stuart Well Jackson and Lafayette Bicentennial. So that's some big things we'll have going on at the museum. We have, just like the 375th, we have a year-long event calendar that's going to be highlighted on the next slide. I think it's important to note that this particular event calendar is a moving calendar because we have so many partners that are part of the 250th. We're going to be adding events throughout the year. They're going to be going there. I don't want to read every one of these events, but they're all going to be themed or have a portion of them themed towards the 250th. And all information, tours, events, future updates we have, they're all going to be available on our website, GloucesterVA250.org. We're, of course, working in close conjunction with Virginia 250 and America 250 partners, which you can see their logos on the top of the screen there. So there's all sorts of statewide programs and nationwide programs that are going on at the same time in addition to our Gloucester programs. All right, so while the 375th is really a one-year celebration, the 250th goes well past 2026. Gloucester's largest role in the whole colonial period and the Revolution period came, obviously, as we all know, closer to the end. So we're going to have programming that goes all the way through 2031. Probably our most famous event is the Battle of the Hook, and we're planning a large reenactment that's going to be on the actual 250th anniversary of the event. Over the next 5 years, we plan to have larger events and establish various legacy projects throughout the county, and we're going to continue to search for grants and other funding sources to help pay for some of that. Any future budget requests we may have are going to be a part of that year's operating budget, so just as we've done with FY25, FY26, and we're submitting as a part of the FY27 process. All right, again, we are excited for everything we have planned, and we hope you guys are too. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Barber? Seeing none, we're looking forward to it.
All right, thank you.
Sir. Okay, next up, we will have a smart scale project discussion. Ms. Carol Rizzio, Assistant Director of Planning, Zoning, and Environmental Programs.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So I'm here to talk about ideas for smart scale applications. And smart scale, for new board members, is a statewide ranking system for transportation projects. And they rank projects on safety, reducing congestion, increasing accessibility, economic development, promoting efficient land use, and the effect on the environment. For rural areas like Gloucester, safety and economic development is where you get most of your points. It's a very complex point system, but basically you develop projects, submit them, and then see who gets funded. And we compete in the Fredericksburg district, so we're not competing with other areas in the state, just the Fredericksburg district. Okay, so before I go into the specific projects, I just want to do a brief overview of funding for transportation in Gloucester, a summary of the 4 VDOT studies, what came out of those 4 studies that recently were completed, and then kind of look at round 5 and 6 of Smart Scale to see how we fared, and then talk specifically about the projects for round 7 that are proposed. So transportation funding, typically, well, most of the funding comes competitively. Gloucester only gets $83,000 a year to make improvements to the secondary road, and that money is not competitive. It comes to the county, and we can decide what we want to do with it. You can't do much with $83,000 a year. Most of the money comes from the state or federal agencies. Smart Scale is a big piece of that. So currently, we have about $85 million of projects on that state and federally funded side. We also are a benefit because we're part of the HRTPO, and we have projects on their long-range transportation plan, one of which the continuing of the widening that's estimated around $43 million. So a big chunk of that comes from Smart Scale and state and federal. And then maintenance-wise, VDOT maintains the roads. They get funding to maintain the roads. We can make suggestions, but they manage that pot of money. So Smart Scale is very important for future transportation improvements. So Smart Scale is a 2-year cycle. In even years, the applications are prepared and submitted and scored. And then in odd years, the CTB has public hearings, gets public comment, and they prioritize the projects and then have a public hearing to adopt it. Over the years, Smart Scale has been in effect since around 2017. This type of program used to be that every locality would just get money, and they get a lot more than that. Now it's very competitive with the limited dollars that we have. So they have started to do studies and make studies. There's one of them is called a pipeline study. It basically gets projects so that you're in the pipeline for Smart Scale. So we had 4 studies done recently. The studies began in April of last year. They had public engagement with them. So the public meetings were held in August of last year. And we're to the stage now where the projects that came out of those studies that were most ranked are being prioritized and looked at for Smart Scale, which is what we're here tonight to talk about. And applications are due in August, the final application. So we have some time to figure out. You submit preliminary applications and then final applications. So this graph shows the area of the 4 studies, and we also had a feasibility study on Roaring Springs Road, bike and ped facilities. So they're along most of our primary corridors, the more heavily traveled ones. And a couple years ago, we had studies along this section, the courthouse section of Route 17, and actually were awarded a couple Smart Scale projects that came out of that study. So as I said, the studies, they look at safety, they look at traffic analysis, safety analysis, they look at VTrans need. In order to be funded by Smart Scale, a project has to have an identified VTrans need, and VTrans is the state's planning, long-range planning or planning needs for the state. So whatever project has to have a need on VTrans. And it also include a lot of stakeholders. The Middle Peninsula PDC was involved, HRTPO, county staff, VDOT, and OP, which is the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment. They kind of run the Smart Scale program. So just going over the studies, they looked at every intersection within the corridor. So the first study is along Route 14. It went from Main Street to Ware Neck. Out of that study, 3 projects were identified, 2 of which we're going to talk about as we're proposing them as projects, so I'll talk specifically about those later. The third one was at Ware Neck. It was very highly ranked by the public, and I think staff and everybody liked the project. The concern was it doesn't address a VTrans need, so likely won't score very well with Smart Scale, but we'll keep it on the books and look for another funding way. And I just wanted to show it here for those of you who haven't seen it. So this is Ware Neck and Route 17. It extends the right turn lane into Ware Neck, extends the left turn lane off of 17, and creates something called a green T, where currently this is, an open crossover. So if you're coming out of Ware Neck, you have to look both left and right because the median is not very wide to make sure that you can get all the way across. It does cause some near accidents, some accidents, and some near misses. So the idea is that you just have to worry about if you want to turn left from Ware Neck onto South 17, you only have to worry about traffic coming north. You get over into this acceleration lane that lets you speed up to where then you move over out into the travel lane. The second study focused around 17 and Main Street, the northern intersection of Main Street and 17, and it came up with 4 prioritized projects, one at Hospital Drive, one at Main Street, and one at Belroy. And the Belroy is one we've applied for previously, and we're not funded. And then it came up with a 4th one that was mostly pedestrian improvements, so we're not recommending that for Smart Scale. We're going to seek other funding for those. And the map didn't show up. Well, I'll do it here. So the sidewalks are basically along Belroy, Main Street, 17, and then going down Belroy to serve this neighborhood here. These all ranked fairly high with the community as well when we did the public engagement. They're just, you need right away. They just can get expensive. They're not great for Smart Scale. We have done some sidewalk linkages and extensions with our secondary 6-year money, the $83,000 we get a year. So we're thinking that split these up, just do one at a time, and maybe do them with secondary 6-year dollars. The third study started at Short Lane and Route 17 and went down to Featherbed Lane. This one came up with 3 projects as potential for Smart Scale, a project at Short Lane, a project at Hickory Fork, and a project at Featherbed. And Featherbed is just a possibility. We have it on here because it wasn't really ranked too high by the public. And the last study went from Featherbed down to Guinea. And a lot of projects were recommended in that. The number 1 and number 5 that you see crossed out were not supported by the public, and they were pretty cost effective. The cost-benefit ratio wasn't that great, so those have been removed from possible selection for Smart Scale. And the 3 that remain are Route 17 at Providence. That one we've applied twice for before with Smart Scale and not funded either time. The Woodsville Road R-Cut and Fields Landing R-Cut are new projects. And then possibly one at Hayes, which is another R-Cut, which would be a new project. So previous Smart Scale apps, I'm not sure why. Yeah, if you would. The previous Smart, so I'll just talk about it because you don't need to really see anything. In 2022, round 5 of Smart Scale, the county can apply for 4 projects, and the Middle Peninsula can apply for 4 as well for the region. So we asked them to apply for a couple projects for us. So we did 4, and they did 2, I believe. We were awarded the top 2, which were the ones that came out of that study in the courthouse area. The R-Cuts, the second one there, will be going to construction. We're supposed to go in December, so that one will be coming very soon. So we were somewhat successful in round 5. In round 6, we submitted 3 projects and got none of them. And the reason why is because, as I said, we compete in the Fredericksburg district, and is this where I was? Yes. We compete in the Fredericksburg district, and there was a project that was submitted by the locality that was like a $50-some million project that was awarded, and so that took the bulk of the money from the Fredericksburg district, and there really wasn't much left, so the district only got 4 projects in all, I think. So the VDOT is really recommending that if you have any big projects, corridor improvements, or large monies, or multiple projects, you have them submit, because then it can go into this high priority project funding pot. It doesn't have to come out of the district. So this is the projects that we're proposing for Smart Scale. We're grouping some and recommending that the Middle Peninsula apply for those, just so we can get everything in there and see what happens. And with Smart Scale, a lot of it is submitting it, see how it scores, and then regrouping and trying to make it better. So this will give us a way to get all of our projects that we want in there. And all of them are along our primary corridors, other than the Roaring Springs possibility bike ped path. So I'm going to go over each of these on the next pages. But before I do, I just wanted to kind of give you an explanation of the ranking from the community. So this is what happened when the community came to those public meetings and or filled out the online survey. They were allowed or asked to rank each project, whether they strongly oppose, somewhat oppose, neutral, somewhat support, or strongly support. And those were all averages to give you the overall ranking. So Providence Road right turn lane was one of the highest ranking projects by the public, and you kind of see how that looks. Some people opposed it, of course, but the vast majority strongly supported. And then Woodsville directional median was an average score of a 3, and you kind of see, a lot of people strongly opposed it, more people were neutral. So it just kind of gives you an idea of how the rating works. So the first project that we're proposing is Route 14 and Crab Thicket R-Cut. If you're not familiar with an R-Cut, they just installed the one at Woods Cross Road. So it's extending the turn lanes basically everywhere around this intersection, and then restricting crossing movements from, I can't remember the name, Foster Road and Crab Thicket, to where if you want to come out of Crab Thicket and go north on 14, you make a right, you do a U-turn, and then you go. And if you want to make a left from Foster, you go up here and you make a U-turn. Or actually, you probably would just go down Foster and exit at the north end of Foster and go straight across at that intersection. The second proposed project is at Hospital Drive and Route 17. Many rounds ago, I don't even remember what round it was, but we did apply for the pedestrian improvements, ped signals and crosswalks at this intersection. It scored fairly well, but it wasn't selected. When they did the study on this, they also identified that this turn lane really needs to be lengthened. So this should score better than it did last time because it has additional features in it for reducing congestion and improving the throughput of the intersection. The third project is a recycle of last round that, again, it scored fairly well. So this is Route 17 and Belroy. It extends all turn lanes, basically at the intersection. It adds a right turn lane if you're traveling east on Belroy. So we would have a right turn lane, a straight, and then a left turn lane. And then on traveling south on Belroy, it just restripes this to where you have a dedicated left turn lane and a through and right turn lane. The project number 4, so there's 2 options for the locality I said gets to submit 4. So we have 2 options for you to consider for our 4th project. This is, when they did the improvements at Route 14 and Main Street and 3, they really improved the vehicular movement through. They added a crosswalk, and I don't know if you've ever tried to cross the leg on the Fairfield side, going over to the Women's Club. It's, people move through, come up here that are making the dual rights. They make those dual rights all the time, and sometimes they're not looking for a pedestrian, even though when the pedestrian pushes a button, their light is red, but because they can make a right on red, there's some confusion. So the idea is to add when they push the button, there would be a sign, it's really hard to see, but a little sign that would hopefully be on the mast, but we're not sure if we can put it to the mast, at least on this arm, that would say no right turn, like a flashing no right turn, so that only when the button is pushed, to warn people better that there is a pedestrian crossing and to be cautious. It includes some other minor signage, such as not allowing a left turn into this first entrance, because when somebody stops here to turn left, sometimes it backs up through the intersection, so just having them come to the second entrance and installing no left turn. And then do not block the intersection here at Calhoun Street. The option B for our submittal projects is Roaring Springs Bike Ped Path. We received funding, and VDOT is in right-of-way currently for this section that goes from Main Street down to Wyncote. And VDOT did the feasibility study, they're still in progress with it, to take it from Wyncote all the way down to Beaver Dam Park. If we were to apply for Smart Scale, we would only do it for Phase 2, which would go from Wyncote to the Holly Springs subdivision. Proposed project number 5, so this is where we get into the Middle Peninsula of projects. So we've grouped intersections together that came out of the studies. You can group intersections and submit them together as one priority project. So I'll go over each of the intersections. So this 5 would include the intersections of Short Lane, Hickory Fork, and possibly Featherbed. So at Short Lane, I think next time I present, I'm going to make the image really wide and get rid of all my words, because it's kind of hard to see. But this project adds a second left turn lane going south to turn onto Short Lane. So instead of just one turn lane, you have 2. It adds a dedicated left turn lane coming out of Short Lane and turning south on 17. And in doing so, it better aligns the intersection to where you're straight across. You don't have to do a jag to go if you're going straight across. And it also adds because you have two dual turn lanes turning left onto Short Lane, it adds a second turn or a second lane, receiving lane on Short Lane. The second one at Hickory Fork similarly adds a second turn lane on northbound turning onto Hickory Fork. So instead of one turn lane, you'd have 2, and it adds a second receiving lane on Hickory Fork that ends at the first turn off up the road. That's primarily the improvements there. And I don't know if anybody turns here in the peak hour, that turn lane gets pretty packed. And the issue is people are driving, just running the lights, last minute running the lights. And then at Featherbed, it's our cut again. So, and this is actually what's prompted one of the studies. VDOT has had several calls of people complaining about the safety of Featherbed. Of course, people want a light. We asked VDOT to look at a light. Is there any way this will qualify to get a signal at this intersection? And unfortunately, it won't. So they proposed an R-cut, and they proposed to take this. This is currently an open crossover. You can go left, right, across, and just make this a left only into the shopping center. And then for those people that come out, Brother Sam, that want to go north on 17, they would make a right, come down, and they're installing this U-turn to come back and go straight. The people that are on Featherbed that want to go south would make a right and come up here to this intersection and do a U-turn. Project number 6 is Route 17 we're combining 4 intersections possibly in this application: Providence Road, Woodsville Road, Fields Landing, and Hayes Road. So the first one is Providence. This one we've submitted twice. One year, I think the first year we submitted it came close, but it didn't score well enough. It just really doesn't have a lot of needs. It doesn't address a lot of safety concerns, but it's needed. We've tried to fund it with our secondary 6-year dollars, and it didn't get funded. We've tried other ways, and it's just not. So we're going to keep trying with Smart Scale because this was one of the top-ranked public projects. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll tell you what it is. It's just basically adding a right turn, dedicated right turn, so you improve the throughput of Providence onto Route 17. Woodsville is kind of like an R-cut. It's currently an open crossover, so it's closing it. It's removing the option to make a left turn or a U-turn here, allowing only left turns into Woodsville. If you want to come out of Woodsville and go north, you make a right, they're installing a little U-turn, and then you go north. Same kind of thing at Fields Landing Road, which is currently an open crossing. You can come out of Fields Landing and make a left. And as I said, when they look at the accident rate of all these intersections, and that's why they proposed them for certain intersections and not others. Fields Landing and Woodsville were fairly high accident rates. And they're angle crashes, which are not great. They're very bad angle crash. They're very bad crashes when you have an angle crash. So again, taking R-cut, can't cross over and go left. You go down, you turn at the current crossover at East View if you want to go north. Last one is Hayes, another R cut. I won't explain it again because you kind of get the idea by now of what we're doing. It scored okay. There was some communication with the volunteer fire department and discussions about that because, you know, that it was about making these, the curbs in here mountable so that they can still come out and make the left. It also was about adding them some, a light so where when they are coming out, the light will turn red and people will have to stop and allow them to go. So those things all can be included in the application. And then our 7th project is continuation of the widening. Currently we're funded from the old Pizza Hut or Farmwood Road to Tide Mill Road to go from 2 lanes to 6 lanes. It was originally supposed to go all the way to Guinea, but due to funding limitations, we had to cut it in half. So this is to continue the widening from Tide Mill up to Guinea. So there are the projects. I've kind of listed the project and how we propose to group them, the community ranking, and then here kind of just what we need from you when I come back at the end of this month or your work session for February. So we can let VDOT know which ones we want them to move forward with for pre-applications.
Any questions for Ms. Rizzio so she can have more answers for us at our next meeting?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Can you go back to the Featherbed one real quick? I just wanted to look at something, if you don't mind. So is there an R cut? Is that what that's saying?
Yes.
Is to come back?
Yes.
To go northbound if you come out of the shopping center or anywhere else?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all.
Ms.
Thank you.
Rizzio, is it possible to get these pictures larger, emailed to us?
Yes, for sure.
Because we'll be able to figure out which one goes with which, but it'd be nicer to see a little bit larger image if possible. I know you made it fit your page, which is great.
You should be able to pull it up in the package. It might
Should
be
be.
printed.
Perhaps. Any other questions for Ms. Rizzio? Okay,
Yeah, thank
thank
you.
you. Mr. Wilmot, will you get the light source, please, sir? Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. So next up, we will move into our public comment period. Speakers, please come up, state your name, magisterial district. We'll give you 3 minutes. Also, there are 2 public hearings, so this is not the time to speak to one of the 2 public hearings. They will have their own comment period when we get to those. So, but for anything else other than the 2 public hearings, please come forward now for your public comment.
Good evening. I'm Kim Hensley. I live in the Ware district. I'm here tonight to express my support for the Arts District Ordinance that is on the agenda tonight. I am the chair of the Gloucester Arts Festival this year. It's the 10th year of the Gloucester Arts Festival. I also am chair of the Main Street Preservation Trust. And so in that and in my involvement with the Cook Foundation, we can talk a lot about the art that we have on Main Street and how important it is to our community and how great this ordinance would be to help tourism, to bring people to our businesses, to bring people to Gloucester to visit. So with regard to the Gloucester Arts Festival, this year already on June 6th, we're going to have Paint Maine. We'll bring artists from around the country who will come and paint on Main Street. It's also open to community artists, so we bring a lot of people in, and it's a great event. That night is also the symphony. It's the 20th year that the Cook Foundation has brought the symphony to Gloucester, which is a huge event. It's not only an arts event, it's a music event, but you see everyone out there. All ages, all races, all types of people come, and it's a great event to have here on Main Street for Gloucester. As part of the Arts Festival, we also are bringing back one of Gloucester's own, Ellis Finney, who graduated from Gloucester High School and is a filmmaker and had a film debuted at the Columbia Film Festival last year. And he's going to come share it with us, which is wonderful. One of the other great arts things we have on Main Street that we all know are the murals. And I'm very excited that the Cook Foundation is working with the county for the Gloucester Street 375th and the 250th for the United States mural that's going to happen very soon. Michael Risotto is available in March to come and talk with the county so that we can get this on the road, but it's going to be a great celebration. All of the other murals, when we look at the Pocahontas mural, T.C. Walker, the daffodils, the watermen, and our bees, they show Gloucester's history, and they show it in art. They make it very accessible, who anyone comes to town can go and see what these represent and how they represent all of Gloucester's people and communities. I'm asking to support the Arts District Ordinance because, again, I think it brings people to Gloucester. We have support of that through the numbers that we bring for the Arts Festival and through other events. It supports local artists. We have Arts on Main Street. We have the Artwork Co-work space. We have the Fairfield Foundation, which is the historic preservation part of it. We have statues and sculptures that are on Main Street every year that are brought in, so it beautifies our community. We also have the Fine Arts Museum that right now is highlighting Casey Carneal, a Gloucester artist. It also recently showed the Freedom Be Good exhibit that I think was instrumental for the community here in Gloucester to see and experience those photographs. So with this ordinance, I think we can amplify these things and we can increase them. And it won't be at any added cost in a significant way. I think maybe signage in some ways for the county. So it's a low lift, but it would be a really great result to have. I'm asking you to help us continue celebrating the arts.
Ms. Hensley, can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, and to support the ordinance and pass it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kate Swanson. I live in Gloucester Point, and I'd like to speak also in favor of the Arts District proposal. I am currently serving as the Executive Director for Gloucester Arts on Main, and in the 3 years I've held that position and lived in Gloucester, I've seen firsthand how much the arts benefit this community and how they boost tourism and revenue. Gloucester loves the arts. That is abundantly clear from the local murals and public sculptures to the strong, deep community support we see daily at Arts on Main. The popularity of extracurricular art programs in local schools like our Palette Pals program and the plethora of award-winning artists living and working in the area further demonstrates just how much the arts are valued by residents of Gloucester. The arts are a vital part of our community and culture. This appreciation for the arts directly translates into increased tourism and revenue. Each spring and early summer during the Daffodil Festival and the Gloucester Arts Festival, for example, Arts on Main sees a boost in visitation. It's almost double our foot traffic from previous quarters every year. These visitors come for the celebrations, but they also come to see the hundreds of artists, makers, crafters, and vendors that participate in the events. Likewise, we've found that a number of Arts on Main's regular art students and participants come from out of town. Some travel over an hour each week just to engage with the arts here. I have friends and colleagues who haven't come to Gloucester in years, and then they find out we have all these arts events, and now they're here all the time. Each of these individuals are drawn to Gloucester because of the arts, but they end up staying to eat in restaurants and shopping in local stores. They're supporting our families, our neighbors, our friends throughout the county. As an artist and art lover myself, I'm very excited about this proposal on both a personal and a professional level. Professionally, I believe the proposal will strongly benefit local arts organizations like Arts on Main. It will assist with marketing and boosting visitation and revenue, which means Arts on Main can do even more for our community. This proposal signals just how much Gloucester values the arts, and that it can do so with such a low budget and no impact on zoning, regulations, or building codes makes it especially appealing. On a personal level, I think this proposal indicates what makes Gloucester special. It shows just how much the community loves and values and appreciates and supports the arts, and it reminds me of why I love living here. Establishing an art district is a way to showcase what we already have and what we're already doing, and it highlights what makes our community unique. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. My name is Teresa Wells-Stifel, and I'm the owner of York and Main here on Main Street. If you're not familiar with us, we are a consortium of a dozen small businesses We house under one roof. They're local entrepreneurs, makers, and curators who pool their resources to create something greater than the sum of their parts. When a visitor walks into York and Maine, they aren't just having one experience. They're visiting a dozen small businesses and creatives all at one time. As a business owner, I don't see an arts district as a collection of businesses. I see it as a magnet. Every mural, every entity, and every performance is a touch point that brings a visitor back to Main Street. When they come in for one of our classes or to see an art show, they stay for coffee, they shop for gifts, they dine at our restaurants. People start at one end of Main Street, make the loop, and come back around. They aren't just passing through, they're engaging with our brand as a county, and more importantly, they tell their friends to do the same. Our marketing research has shown that we gather a lot of what I call local tourists, so people that are within an hour and a half, Virginia Beach, Suffolk, Smithfield, Richmond. There's a big Richmond arts and creative and vintage scene that shops at York and Maine and are beginning in our third year to come on purpose to see us. So instead of us going to Richmond, Richmond is coming to us. Research has shown that arts districts don't just beautify, they stabilize. They reduce vacancy rates, they increase property values, but more importantly, they give people a reason to visit Main Street over an online retailer. They turn our street into a destination that people want to visit over and over and not just once. For the dozen businesses under my roof, this ordinance is more than just a label, it's a marketing engine. It'll help provide a framework for us to collaborate, to brand our corridor, and to give the public a clear, repeated reason to choose Main Street over a screen or a strip mall. As a small business owner representing a collective of local talent, I'm asking you to shine the light on our businesses. Please approve the Arts District Ordinance, and I remind not just visitors, but also our residents of what makes Main Street special. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, both old and new. Welcome. I'm going to talk about a couple traffic issues, and we don't need a study. We just need some common
Can you
sense.
state your name?
Charles Kearns, Abingdon District. Sorry about that.
Yes, sir.
We don't need a study. We just need some common sense and some signage. Stoplight, Route 14, Main Street, westbound, coming into town. U-turns being made at that intersection when you've stopped U-turns at the warehouse intersection and the next intersection down by the library. Okay? That holds up the only lane coming into the courthouse. Stops it dead. Through the light as everybody leaving the courthouse drives through. So you lose about half of your volume that's able to get through that situation. We need one sign, no U-turn. Not a big deal. The court circle, I hate to even bring this up after living here all my life. But I've been here on the circle for so long and I've watched the traffic for so long. We need to make it a roundabout. Half of the traffic treats it as a roundabout. Your incoming traffic stops and yields to the people making the circle. We've got another roundabout that everybody uses a mile away, so it's confusion, is what it is. We've done everything in the world around this court circle to slow the traffic down. Signage again, roundabout, yield to turning traffic, simple solution. Hate to say I'm asking for it. Absolutely hate to say I'm asking for it. But I think it's something that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak now during public comment? Ms. Cronin, do we have any messages?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have several. First from Raymond Tripp, on Toddsbury Lane. I support the ordinance to create an arts district on Main Street. Next, from Adrian Joseph, from the Ware District. Please accept the attached letter of support for the proposed Arts District, unanimously supported by the Cook Foundation's Board of Directors. To the Gloucester County Board of Supervisors, and Ms. Steele, dear Ms. Steele and members of the board, on behalf of the Cook Foundation, we are pleased to express our strong support for the county's initiative to establish a designated arts district within Gloucester Village. This proposed designation aligns closely with our longstanding commitment to cultivating an appreciation for the arts simply by making them available to all. Public art improves our quality of life by enhancing it and making our surroundings more attractive and thought-provoking. We believe that the Arts District designation will highlight the creative talent already present in our community and strengthen the visibility of the arts as a defining element of Gloucester's character. For more than 2 decades, our organization has contributed thoughtfully and consistently to building Gloucester's arts identity. The Fine Arts Museum of Gloucester showcases artwork and photography and remains free and open to the public, ensuring broad access and engagement. We have also commissioned murals and sculptures throughout the Main Street area to celebrate the beauty and history of our county. The Gloucester Arts Festival, which will celebrate its 10th anniversary in 2026, brings artists from across the country to create and share their work in Gloucester's most picturesque locations. Together, these efforts form essential elements of a meaningful and immersive arts experience for the community. In partnership with other local businesses and creative associates along Main Street, these institutions galleries and public art installations already function collectively as an arts district. Formal designation would simply recognize and elevate what is already in place while strengthening Gloucester's ability to market itself as a cultural destination, an important driver of tourism and economic vitality. We believe that a formally designated arts district supported by coordinated branding, signage, and promotional tools will further enhance recognition of Gloucester's creative landscape. This initiative complements broader place-based revitalization and downtown development efforts by encouraging cultural tourism, creative expression, and a strong sense of identity within the village corridor. We appreciate the county's leadership in developing an ordinance that both celebrates existing artistic activity and lays out the groundwork for future creativity to flourish. Establishing an arts district will enhance Gloucester's ability to attract visitors, support small businesses, and cultivate a vibrant downtown environment that reflects the community's unique character. Thank you for the opportunity to express our support for this important initiative. We look forward to seeing Gloucester's cultural and artistic identity continue to grow through this designation. Respectfully, Adrian Joseph, founder and president of the Cook Foundation. From David Hutson, the Ware District, please accept the following letter of support for the proposed Arts District from Main Street Preservation Trust, Gloucester Main Street Association, and Gloucester Community Loan Fund Boards. Ms. Steele and the members of the board, on behalf of the Gloucester Main Street organizations, Main Street Gloucester Preservation Trust, Gloucester Main Street Association, and Gloucester Community Loan Fund, we are pleased to offer our support for the county's initiative to establish a designated arts district within Gloucester Village. The proposed arts district aligns with longstanding community goals to elevate the cultural identity of the Courthouse Village, highlight the creative talent already present in our community, and strengthen the visibility of the arts as a defining feature of Gloucester's character. Our organizations and Arts on Main have all contributed steadily and intentionally to building Gloucester's arts identity for over 20-plus years, and more recently, entrepreneurial creative businesses, such as those represented at York and Maine through Teresa Stifel's leadership, have expanded that ecosystem. The Fine Arts Museum of Gloucester, officially located on Main Street, further anchors this cultural landscape. Finally, the murals and sculptures the Cook Foundation has commissioned in our downtown contribute essential elements to our arts district. These institutions, galleries, and creative enterprises, as well as the murals and sculptures, already function collectively as an arts district. The designation simply names and acknowledges what exists. It also strengthens our ability to market Gloucester as an arts destination, which is an important driver for tourism and economic vitality. The formal designation of an arts district, anchored by coordinated branding, signage, and promotional tools, will support broader recognition of Gloucester's creative landscape. This effort complements ongoing place-based revitalization and downtown development goals by encouraging creative expression, cultural tourism, and a strong sense of identity within the village corridor. We appreciate the county's leadership in crafting an ordinance that both celebrates existing artistic activity and provides a foundation for future creativity to flourish. Establishing an arts district will further enhance Gloucester's ability to attract visitors, support small businesses, and cultivate a thriving downtown environment that reflects the unique character of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to express our support for this initiative. We look forward to seeing Gloucester's cultural and artistic identity continue to grow through this important designation. Respectfully, David Hutson, Chair of the Main Street Gloucester Preservation Trust, Pam Callis, President, Gloucester Main Street Association, and John Wright, Chair-elect from the Gloucester Community Loan Fund. Kenny Hogg Sr. from Gloucester Point. Once again, we are being presented with more social fun and games recommendations from county administration. The Arts District recommendation is filled with financial liabilities called incentives that will have to be paid for mostly by Gloucester residents and property owners. The incentives include tax incentives that may be provided for up to 10 years and may include but not be limited to reduction of permit fees, reduction of user fees, reduction of any type of gross receipts tax, and rebate of real estate property taxes. Other incentives include regulatory flexibility that may include but not be limited to special zoning for the district, permit process reform, exemption from ordinances, and any other incentive adopted by ordinance. These incentives shall be binding for a period of up to 10 years. I sure wish as much time, effort, and money were expended on providing clean, safe, and reliable public drinking water and adequate and reliable sanitary sewer as is wasted on all the social fun and games the administration keeps foisting upon the citizens of Gloucester. Please make this Arts District thing go away. From Kenny Hogg Sr., Gloucester Point. Those are all the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay. One last call from anybody tonight before we move on. Okay. Seeing none, we will now move to our first of two public hearings. The first public hearing is to consider amendments to the zoning ordinance addressing livestock, stables, daycare centers, cluster developments, and other changes. Ms. Ann Ducey Ortiz. Mr. Cronin, this has been duly advertised, correct? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's been 6 years that we worked on the zoning ordinance update, and we adopted it about a year ago. And since that time, we found a few things that we missed or have to make some corrections. So there's going to be a lot of information tonight. If I go too fast, just stop me, especially the new board members that didn't live through the last 6 years with us.
And may not be able to decipher the speed at which Ms. Ducey Ortiz speaks with it sometimes.
I am from New York. So anyway,
It's a compliment.
basically, we're going to go over all these changes. Again, if you need me to stop and get clarification, they're all different topics, and I'll try my best to just cover them as well as I can. Zoning is not always that easy. Right, the first one relates to livestock. Due to some confusion over where and how we allow horses, especially in our single-family zone, we're proposing a few changes. This actually was in the original ordinance, and it only recently came up as an issue. But horses, similar to chickens, are considered livestock. Both are permitted in our agriculture and rural residential districts under livestock personal use and enjoyment. Additionally, both are permitted in our single-family district, but only with slightly different regulations. We allow stables in single family, but for some reason we didn't allow livestock, and of course livestock includes horses, which are housed in stables. So we then recently added backyard chickens to be allowed in single family, and that's separate from other livestock. So to clear up this confusion, which may not seem to clear it up for you, but it does for our zoning staff, we are proposing to add a statement for horses in the single family district similar to the statement for chicken keeping in the SF1 district. So this is kind of covered on this page. Basically, to not duplicate regulations, we are proposing to remove the use stables private from all districts that permit livestock personal use and enjoyment, since this use would allow horses in stables, whereas stables, which would only be permitted in the single family, would only allow horses and not other livestock like pigs or sheep. So it sounds complicated, but it's actually a pretty simple change to do what we actually intended to do originally. So next we get into just the definitions. We are just modifying the definitions by removing or and indicating that the associated land also goes with the stables, and trying to standardize the two definitions between public and private stables. The next one is another clarification for data centers. When we were reviewing the ordinance, the board was pretty consistent about what a data center would include, and we actually, in our example, used crypto mining. We did have an application in our business park for that use, and they suggested that would be just under just manufacturing and not under a data center. So this is to clarify that when we use the term data center, we are indicating all type of digital types of manufacturing, and that manufacturing does not include digital data. So, now going on to daycare facilities, this was something that was talked about quite a bit in the zoning ordinance and in the update, and most recently it came up that the Stevenson's daycare, which has existed prior to zoning, and many people probably have children that went there or went there themselves. That is zoned single family, and when we updated these zoning ordinance, daycare center was not allowed in the single family zoning district. I actually don't think it was allowed previously. Stevenson closed down during COVID, and they've been closed for more than 2 years, so it lost its vested rights. So we are proposing to allow it by a conditional use permit in the single family. Essentially, the conditional use permit allows for unique uses, and so in this case, it really makes a lot of sense to have that daycare center there, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to spot zone that for business. So we're proposing to allow it by conditional use in the single family, and that would also allow adult daycare centers. And then during the discussions with the Planning Commission, they changed the family day home, which is really like a home-based daycare, to only require a special exception. A special exception only requires one hearing, and it goes to the Board of Zoning Appeals, so it's an easier process. So those changes, I think, make a lot of sense and would allow Stevenson's to open through a conditional use permit, and that would probably be a very appropriate spot for daycare. Again, this is just another correction. When we did the PUD ordinance originally for the development that was going to happen at the park, which is now Machicomico, that removed Timberneck from the historic district, our local historic district. It's still on the National Register, which is more of an honorary district and not regulatory. And now that it's owned by the state, we really have no jurisdiction over it anyway. So that house is on the National Register. The Fairfield Foundation is fixing it up, and it's going to be a beautiful place to stay and visit. But we're not locally regulating it, so we're removing it from our historic ordinance. Okay, this again goes back to the livestock, changes for the livestock. We had a case, when we were doing the zoning ordinance, we were trying to make things simpler, and one of the things the county wanted to get out, or the zoning office wanted to get out of, was how regulating animals in terms of the details related to how they were handled on site. That's something our animal control department does very well. So we just created minimum acreage per lot size. Well, we had a case that was a 10-acre lot, but 9 acres was a pond on the property, and they wanted to have several horses, and animal control contacted us and said, are you allowed to have that many horses on the site? Based on 10 acres, you could, but really it was only one usable acre. So we proposed to put back in that the minimum acreage would not include wetlands, ponds, lakes, or other impounded waterways. And that is one of the reasons we took it out. Originally, it was really hard for staff to see how much acreage was available, but with our pictometry, you can actually look at, you could see that pretty clearly, so staff could work with the applicant to make that determination. Another, this is kind of a funny big mistake, but we have a cluster ordinance in the county that allows you to cluster homes on smaller lots and then have open space for farming or just open space or pasture land. And again, in trying to simplify the ordinance, we were trying to make consistent minimum lot sizes and setbacks throughout all the zoning districts. And so we took out all the modified setbacks for cluster housing. We uncovered it when we have Patriots Walk as our only cluster development that's been developed in the county, and they were proposing to expand it onto an adjoining lot, and we realized that we no longer had those same setbacks. So we're really just proposing to put it back the way it was. You basically you do smaller lots, you get reduced setbacks, and you have more open space that's preserved. So we're basically just putting that back the way it was. So that's in all the zoning districts. That was just kind of a mistake. This is just an example of Patriots Walk, and you can see the reduced setbacks and how it enables them to cluster the properties on the smaller lots. And these are just the additional requirements that we would normally add with all the districts of what, with regard to the setbacks, what aren't considered part of setbacks, like fences and architectural projections. The only difference in this one is that we have that the lots established as part of the cluster are not eligible for reduced setbacks as we allow for non-conforming lots under Section 10.3. When you have an existing lot of record that existed prior to zoning, you automatically get reduced setbacks, but these would not be pre-zoning lots. Another minor change that our zoning staff asked for, we have two types of home occupations, a home occupation type 1 and a home occupation type 2. A type 1 doesn't have customer traffic, and that's done administratively in the office. So you come in, you want to have a home office, you have a home business, we can typically approve that right at the window. But if you have customer traffic like a hair salon or something, that would go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. So the second part of this confused people about traffic generated from the home would not typically exceed 10 vehicle trips per day. That's what VDOT uses when they try to calculate traffic for a single-family home. So we put it in there to clarify that a little, but it tended to confuse people, so we just want to take it out and go back to just no customer traffic. Again, another kind of clerical error with the home occupation type 2, depending on what it is, the BZA might require some off-street parking spaces when they're reviewing it, so just to change that to as required by the Board of Zoning Appeals. And then one of the last ones is to clarify that zoning permits should be consistent with any approved site plan. This seems like it should be a no-brainer. You spend all the time and effort doing a site plan, and then we issue the zoning permit based on the site plan. But sometimes things get modified, and we might need to modify the site plan either through redlining it or something. And so we just wanted to make it clear, because we do have a case that's going to the court soon where somebody feels they shouldn't have to comply with the site plan that was done for their property. So we just wanted to clarify that, and it makes sense to me, but not everyone felt that way, I guess. So those are all the changes. There was a lot, and it's quite diverse, but the Planning Commission voted to recommend it to you with approval with one absent. And so that's all I have, and if there's no questions, we can go to the public.
Any questions for Ms. Ducey-Ortiz before we go to the public hearing? Okay. I will now open the public hearing regarding this matter. If you have comments, please come forward, state your name and magisterial district, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
My name is Diane Jones. I'm in the Ware district. The only thing that concerns me about increased housing, especially cluster housing, is the water system. I think the water system needs to be completely fixed without any more major problems before you start building more stuff that needs the water. Just makes sense.
Charles Kearns, Abingdon District. Just got a couple comments about our subdivision and zoning ordinance. I guess I was here in 65, I think it was, when we adopted a subdivision ordinance, which was the first time we set minimum standards for lot sizes. In the 80s, we got a zoning ordinance, and we've had various revisions and so forth, and we've set minimum sizes for lot sizes. For you older members of the board, you've heard this before. And we've continued to use lot size to control population. That's what we've really done. We're saying we are preserving rural character, but we're reducing population by lot size. Now, this isn't going to affect either one of y'all, but your grandchildren and great-grandchildren and so forth will be affected. Every front foot of every lot that's been created has a value. You know it. What it cost the county to run water, sewer. The only thing that's succumbed or it succeeded in defeating this is the telephone with your cell phone and TV with a TV wave, I guess internet now with a wave, but everything else, power included, has a front foot cost, a maintenance cost. And our continuing use of land, which is not growing, it's eroding. Sea level is rising, Mr. Orth, correct? So we're not gaining anything, we're losing. But it has a value I keep hearing it, low-income and medium-income homes. Who can afford it? Your teachers, your county employees, your sheriff's department, all of these individuals affording their first home. It's getting harder and harder to do. I heard some numbers today that blew me away. And I get around a little bit. Chesterfield County, 9,000 square foot lot. We require 10 in single family. Developed lot price to build on, $260,000. Wetland mitigation, 1 acre, $200,000 to $250,000 per acre. Now, these are not numbers that y'all deal with. These are numbers the developer has to deal with to then put water and sewer and everything else on the lot and the land to develop. I know my time is up,
Thank you, sir.
but I just want you to think and consider it as we continue to regulate, and continue to use the land to control growth. I think it's a mistake. Clustering is a start, but I don't know its the answer. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeremy. I'm from the Petsworth district. My apologies when the gentle lady had said that she believed that the use of livestock or the ability to keep livestock, it was just an assumption that you would have a building or a stable for them. And yet, by removing protected use or the ability to put one up in a residential area, you're saying basically by cutting that out that it has to be a commercial stable. You see what I'm saying? And maybe I'm confused in that, but can someone explain it for me?
I will have her explain it
Okay.
when we get done with this.
Oh, thank you
This
for your
portion.
time.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Not a problem. Anybody else wishing to speak during this public hearing? Okay. Mr. Cronin, there were no online comments? Ms. Ducey Ortiz, would you please come back and address the gentleman from Petsworth District's concerns?
And I'll try to pull that back up. But the idea is, a stable is just an accessory structure, and so in all districts, well, except for single family, livestock for general use and enjoyment would include like sheep, goats, horses, ponies. In single family only, you can only have horses, ponies, and those types of things. The stable is just the building associated with it, and that would be permitted in all the districts. Let me get to that. So here you can see in all the in our 2 ag districts and all our residential district, rural residential district, livestock for personal use and enjoyment is permitted. Commercial stables are permitted, except in suburban countryside, you need a special exception. And then only in single family are the private stables permitted. So I understand your confusion, and we just kind of talked about different ways to fix it, but a stable is just an accessory building, and it would be permitted whether you kept horses in it or not. It's really the type of animals that you can have on your property. So we thought of many different ways to fix it. We thought this was the simplest one. From a zoning standpoint, it is. Probably maybe not so much from a citizen's perspective. But so hopefully that, if you have more questions, you can call our office and I can hopefully explain it better.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. And now we will, let me get back to the proper page. We have an ordinance to amend Appendix B with a long list of items that we just went over on page 73 in our packets. Mr. Hutson, please.
Ms. Ducey Ortiz, when we met in January, this isn't taking into effect the topic that Mr. Little was bringing up. We're going to have to bring that back up again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I make the motion we accept the ordinance on page 73.
Is there a second? We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion by board members? Seeing none, Ms. Steele, would you poll the board?
Dr. Leming? Mr. Hutson?
Yes.
Mr. Chriscoe?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosia?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
Mr. Bonniville?
Yes.
And Dr. Orth? Yes. Motion carries.
Yep, thank you. Is everybody good? Do y'all want to take a, okay, just checking. All right,
Stand up in a minute. But
that's fine. What's up? All right, so we will move on now to our second public hearing, which is to obtain citizen input on the proposed FY 2027 to 2031 capital improvement plan. Ms. Carol Steele.
Thank you. The presentation is the same that you all saw before, and we didn't make any changes. I will highlight some of the comments that we discussed, especially with one of the long-term borrowing. And based on the feedback that the board receives tonight and continuing on and the feedback that you all provide to us, this will be finalized into the proposed operating and full budget in March. So just going through quickly, the topics of discussions that people can read in the board packet that goes over our objectives of why we do a capital improvement plan and the process that we follow. And a highlight that we made this year to make sure that there would be no confusion as to why we don't mention utilities. And because utilities is an enterprise type system, we started last year with putting their capital and operating together in the March budget. That also gives them a little bit more time to balance out what they're proposing, which I think is very good. The extremely small print is totaled up on the next page, but this lists all of the capital improvement requests that we received for FY27 through FY31, totaling to $116 million with a 34 total request. And out of that, they are divided into the two funding categories as far as debt financing, where it's paid for over time, and that's $91 million plus in that category, and then cash projects or pay-go, pay-as-you-go along, $24 million plus. And the definitions there of a debt financed and pay-go are also just for standardization there. Looking more closely at FY27, there were 22 million plus projects that were requested from engineering, facilities, parks, the registrar, and schools and tourism. And the chart sort of shows you typical of most localities that a lot of the capital improvement projects are, they do come from the school system. There was some discussion about possibly reframing or recategorizing how that we've listed these different projects, but for the purpose of being consistent with the public and what was done, we kept the presentation the same, but we do owe you a handout that was requested by one of the board members who wanted to look at things categorized a little differently, just as another option for you all to, just kind of look and see how the things total up and what kind of projects we have. So the three categories that we broke it into, the first are projects that were unfunded from FY26. They were supposed to have been funded or hoped to have been funded in the current year, and they were pushed back. Some of these projects have been pushed for a couple of years. And then we had new projects that had never been introduced that totaled to over $1 million. And then we had, in the 5-year plan, projects that moved forward and making up the largest category of items, again, that pushed forward to it was their year to be funded in FY27, or at least be considered. So on the first breakdown, you can see that the unfunded things that were held over from previous CIP budgets includes the demolition of the Hutson house, building 2 window replacement where we have single pane windows and a lot of heaters, a lot of cold people, athletic field lighting, park playground equipment replacement, school marquee signs, the school casework replacement, or the cabinetries, and a Gloucester High School athletic complex. And the majority of those projects, out of that 8.3, 7.45 is related to debt financing. The second projects, things that were first time brought up that we had not seen before. We've had a problem that we've partially addressed, but there's a whole nother section to it of the O2 courthouse step and ramp repair. And then the HVAC on top, we need to look at replacing our energy recovery units, which would be less expensive than replacing the entire units. There's a request from the registrar for election equipment, which again, we'll get into these a little bit more, the ones that are on the recommended list. Gym floor refinishing program, and the virtual server replacement, athletic field renovation, and the body tot fire system replacement that was brought up to the board during the joint meeting. And the final category is over 13 million are the requests that would be bumped up along the list in the 5-year, including our ongoing ADA improvements, school bus replacement. So some of these things are each year. Gloucester Point Beach, which is a different project, TC Walker, soffit and brickwork, the county paving program, which is again another one that is ongoing, as well as historic preservation has been. Beaver Dam Dock Bridge and shoreline repairs won't go on forever, but it's an ongoing one for right now. The body tot renovation project, which is the 1973 wing, and then the roof replacement, which is again sort of an ongoing of addressing the highest needs. We do a project scoring and prioritization, and we ask the Planning Commission to only score the FY27 projects to make their task a little bit easier. And we have the need and impact scores, and the ranges can go from 2 to 10. And then we added in the department heads average and the budget team average. And these are how the scores ranked out. So the highest ranking item was the body tot fire suppression or system replacement, and going on down till you see the Gloucester Point, the historic building preservation project. Those are the things that are in the recommended categories, and then the rest of those at this point are not on the recommended list, with the exception of the only change that it did make is for the registrar's project. And that was to try to time the install of new equipment, new poll books and things, not during a presidential election time period. So here are the recommendations with an FY27 cost of $11.5 million. And you can see that these are all pay-go, with the exception of the body tot 1973 wing, and that is the one that I'll give you an updated figure for in just a moment. Here's a little bit more about the different projects, and the public can go online to the finance department's page and look at all of the submissions from each of the departments and pictures and other background information on each project. So this is explaining it's $200,000 to meet current life safety codes, and you can see why that one would score as high as it did. The bus replacement, what I recommended was a partial funding, and to only do 5 of the 6 requested 77 passenger buses, and this is just for financial constraints, not having enough money to try to fund everything. And there again are a list of the different bus ages and things that people can look through on that. The body tot project, we had neglected to put in, and I thought I had it on this page, and I think I wrote it down somewhere else. It's $8 million and something. I may ask Ms. Calloway to pull that figure for me. But we had neglected to include the roof replacement for the body tot project. So when that goes into, what did I say? Roof replacement. Yes, thank you. That it is the HVAC that is a multi-year, and we had HVAC for that wing, and it's 8. Oh no, I wrote it down. I think I wrote it on the page. Here we go. $8,148,000. So you can see it's a considerable difference than what we had originally proposed. The virtual server replacement, the election equipment, and those are again for the poll books and the ballot scanners. Our paving project, those go along in different order, and with partial funding and carryover from the current year, we would try to address the paving at the Route 606 or ARC, Ferry's Mill entrance, to Beaver Dam. And then this is the grant project that the board has heard a number of things about with the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And our next information due back on this project is April 1st as we move along, trying to secure that money fully, or secure the grant fully. And then the historic projects, we anticipate having the carryover money that we have left over from this year, along with $250,000, which would just about deplete our reserve funds, but to try to address the most pressing issues that we have with our buildings. Now, the funding sources, see, we have the Gloucester Point Beach, again, is federal funding for 50% of that Land and Water Conservation Grant. The debt issuance would go up to that $8.1 million. And for the Body Tot School, the tourism fund balance is the historic preservation. And then the unassigned fund balance is with the funds that we have that exceeded what we needed for our fund balance requirements to try to put those to pay-go projects. And that is going to be one of the key things that I think that we're hoping to get some additional feedback from the board on. So with debt funding, we would be looking at the school sales tax and future debt retirement in a 30-year or 25-year, depending upon how it would go, or 20-year at 5% is estimated as $570,000. But by the time we add on the HVAC, it might go to a 25-year term. I'm not sure. But we would be retiring additional debt that has not been considered in some of the other accountings as we look at Station 1 and other things, because it's so far out. And we may have enough school sales tax to just cover it completely. This is our existing debt retirement program, or figures. The unassigned fund balance to pay for pay-go, as the board is aware, you all have a policy limit of keeping 14 to 16% in reserve that helps with cash flow in between the collections, and also to help with emergencies and things that can happen within a county government. And so the recommendation is to use $2.8 million and to take that unassigned fund balance down to 15%. So out of the items that are recommended, this is a little different than in previous years because of the financial situation that we're in, that I'm recommending that we go ahead and dip into that, because even with doing that, we're still not touching many of the projects that we need to fund. And there's a breakdown further on the fund balance. And then this is a reminder, and this goes back to the question about kind of recategorizing. What are the items not funded? Ms. Callaway and I had good conversations when this PowerPoint was originally produced about what do we consider maintenance or not, and I tried to be as liberal as I could, because otherwise I felt like almost the entire page would be covered in that yellowish color. And so things like the county paving program, which paving and repaving is a maintenance item, but when we're going into parking lots such as the one across the street that has never been paved, I was considering that that's really not maintenance, it's something new. With the ADA improvements, they're adding a service, that an accessibility that hasn't been there before. The athletic complex, part of that could easily be considered maintenance, but also knowing that they're trying to include a synthetic field and some other changes that are new type services. So again, I was trying to be as liberal as I could, but I think it was brought up before that most of the time when you are looking at the difference between maintenance and new capital, it's like something new is there for the public as a new service, a new facility, et cetera. The one item that is also, that we discussed at the last meeting that I said I would like to have additional feedback on is in the 5-year plan, it has called for in the last 2 years to look at building and having our own Gloucester Point Library versus renting. And we worked through the figures, looked at what we're paying for rent right now, looked at again, as we have in the past, as to what the recommended square footage is. We're only a little over 3,000 square feet. With the population that is in the Gloucester Point, York, and part of the Abingdon district, we should have 15 to 18,000 square feet of a library according to the state's recommendations. There's no requirements, but that's what they recommend of the square footage per person. And we all know too that if there was a super nice library that was at Gloucester Point, potentially people from Petsworth district who are driving to and from work would be stopping there, just like we have people coming who live at Gloucester Point who go to the main library. So originally, with the concept that we discussed with the board a couple years ago, it was looking at a 20,000 square foot space building into the future. It's a pretty expensive item. I can tell you now, with what we're paying for rent, there is no way that it's going to cover any kind of a mortgage payment. So it would have to be a little bit of savings. Maybe we'd be covering the furniture and a few of the operating, budgets in that sense of what we're paying out for rent to help pay with staff. The mid option that I would like feedback on could be included in, not next year, but in the future for operating budget, is to put out a new RFP for a lease facility and to go with a bigger space and to try to get something that's more reasonable than 20,000 square feet, but it's still going to cost more than what the board is currently has funding for the library. So at this point, the library, even though it originally was supposed to be a 27 item, is not on the list at all. And unless I hear differently, it'll just stay on the 5-year list. And if y'all decide we're not interested in the next 5 years in building a new library, we'll take it off that list. So we're here tonight with the public hearing and hoping we'll have some good feedback from the public tonight and in the future to help guide us on what people would like to see. And we do have your scheduled CIP tour. It's going to be about 75 degrees. It's going to be a beautiful day. We're going to have no ice. Hopefully by the time we get to the end of the month, we'll have more spring weather. And then the final budget presentation, initial budget presentation, I should say, to you all with both the CIP final recommendations and operating will be on March 9th. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions before we open the public hearing? Mr. Hutson.
Ms. Steele, you go back a couple pages and we lower our fund balance, unassigned fund balance to 15%.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's within our policy, right?
Yes.
Smack dead in the middle. How will that affect us since we're looking to get bonded? Our bond rating.
I would prefer for Ms. Calloway to address that. I'm not sure if she has asked Davenport specifically of that or not.
We're gathering information on that. Our financial advisors at Davenport have reached out to Standard & Poor's and Moody's, and I think we need additional information before I can answer that completely. But it is a consideration, and Davenport has advised that the ongoing use of fund balance for operating is mostly what they're looking at. So to use the fund balance for capital needs and to justify those needs is generally considered okay in the eyes of the credit rating agencies.
But depending upon how you look at ongoing needs, expenses that we've got into capital right now, that it's lowering it because of that.
It depends on how we explain the projects that are being funded.
Correct.
And currently we can say that they are all they're not to maintain the general, they're not funding staff, they're not funding raises or paying our water bills, the things that are generally considered operating. But there is a line, as you know, with all of that.
Understood. I just wanted to clarify that before we make a decision to spend that down.
I believe we will have better guidance before this, certainly before the budget is adopted, but as we proceed through the budget process, we'll have better guidance on exactly how the use of fund balance below that top threshold may or may not impact the rating at all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I do have one. Ms. Calloway, before you sit down, you may not have the answer, but I'm looking here at the debt funding of the body top renovation based on 20-year term, and I know that will also play into the factor of the sunset of the 1%. And I know maybe we'll have the ability to pay it with that 1%, but can you get us the date? You don't have to have it tonight unless you know it right off the top of your head, when that 20-year sunset date is on the 1% sales tax?
Yes, I will get it for you.
Okay.
And actually, with that, maybe a projection on where we are with the sales tax, where it started, where we are, and potentially where we are going with it might help with the understanding of whether we could do that or not.
Yes, I believe that. So I'll be including school sales tax updates in the presentation that I'll do on the mid-year financials at the work session. And I also intend to request that Davenport rerun the numbers as far as debt service, including this potential borrowing with the updated amount, to let you know how much is remaining.
That'll be good.
Yep.
Any other questions before I open the public?
I'm just going to say one other comment. I know when this came up before, we talked about that end is for those projects in that time period, and the potential of maybe another referendum to do another 1 cent for new projects. And it looks like things through the General Assembly for all the other localities who have not had the benefit that we've had may finally get it. And I don't know if our current legislation says that, or maybe we need to make sure that the new bill gets passed that says, and when you run out a locality, because it still has to be approved by the public, but to be able to have that option of doing another penny
again. Correct.
for more projects.
Correct. Any other questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, I will now open the public hearing on for citizen input on the proposed 27 to 31 capital improvement plan. If you come forward, please state your name, magisterial district, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Joe Leming. I'm from the Petsworth district, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the board in reference to the capital improvements process as drafted and presented by Ms. Steele. I've been on my church finance committee. I've been on the hospital finance committee. I've been on any number of finance committees, and every single committee I've ever been on, there's been an assessment of the depreciation that's accumulated every year. And there's been a board decision either to fund that depreciation or not fund that depreciation. I personally find the inclusion of maintenance items, which are depreciated items, what's the word I'd like to use? Inappropriate for the Capital Improvements Committee. What has happened is we haven't funded anything in facilities, maintenance, repairs, and replacement. And because we haven't funded as we go FM, R&R, or funded depreciation, these items find their way into the capital improvements project. And I think that's not dishonest, but I think it's actuarially inappropriate. And it may be that you all as a board need to look more closely at funding FM, R&R as we go, so that true capital improvements projects can be entertained in the capital improvements project proposed. I give you but 2 examples. In your proposal, there's a window replacement. Windows have a lifetime, and they're going to depreciate out. They're not a capital expense when you replace them. They're just a replacement. The other thing you have in your proposal that I don't believe was funded was currently the athletic fields at the high school can't be used at night. There is a proposal, I think it's $85,000 in your plan, to put lights on the field. So that would actually represent a capital improvement. It's something we don't have today, and if we funded that, we'd have it tomorrow. when the light bulbs go out and needing to replace the light bulbs is not going to be a capital improvements project. So I think we need to look hard at how we look at funding our depreciation, or as one of the board members talks about, funding FM, R&R as we go. I just think that we ought to have a different attitude as we move forward about what's capital improvements and what's depreciation. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thank you.
I'm just going to bring up one item, and that's the use of Charles Kern's Abingdon district.
I know who you are, but not everyone else does.
Anyway, I'm getting old. But as I travel around the state in different counties, smaller than our county, I see public schools not being torn down, but reused, both privately and by the county for other purposes. I mean, it's way past, don't even want to think about it, but it's done. When you own a site and you improve a site and you have a school on it, the site improvements are incredible as far as cost. We are renting a library space down here in the shopping center. I know it's convenient. But I've always wondered what percent of T.C. Walker Complex is being used by the school board. Could part of that school be a public library instead of us renting a space down here in the shopping center? Not to mention we've got other spaces and offices we're renting down there also. I mean, could the health department be there? Convenience isn't the same, I understand, but the county's growing. We got cost issues, and we got other schools that we're going to build and replace and all that kind of stuff. Don't tear them down, don't give them away. Find an alternative use and keep them in service. Body Tight School that was torn down, I don't know how many generations went through old Body Tight School. But like a lot of things now, we get to a life expectancy and we tear it down and we start all over again. The high school getting renovated, I couldn't believe it. Because it wasn't that long ago we were talking about building another high school before you renovated it. But just think of alternative uses for your public assets before you tear them down, and just make wiser use of the funding. And I agree with what Mr. Leming had to say completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak during the public comment period? Mr. Cronin, were there any online submissions? Okay. With that, I will close this public hearing. We have no action to take tonight. Before we move on, board members, do y'all want to take a brief recess? Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess before we come back to handle the rest of the agenda. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. I also want to make everybody aware that we did have some issues starting the meeting with the live recording working. It did start working during our meeting. The entire video will be up and available at some point tomorrow, according to Joe, our IT guy in the back. So he's giving me thumbs up, so he said we're still good. With that, we will now resume to our regular agenda. We have a recommendation for allowing alcohol on county property. Mr. Matt Barber, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Tourism.
All right, hello everyone. I'm back up here, and this time it's to give a recommendation on how the county can potentially proceed with allowing alcohol on county property. This is a follow-up to the September meeting in which I came to the board to get initial guidance to see if they wanted to pursue this potential at all, and the feedback at the time was yes, we're open to it. Give a specific recommendation, and we'll go from there. So with that, my specific recommendation is going to be to allow alcohol on county property, but only in the case of county-sponsored events or events in which the county is a partner. In order to do this, it's going to require an update to our facility use policy, which is an administrative policy, and we're currently in the process of doing that right now as long as the board gives the go-ahead tonight. Any changes to this policy are going to be run by the county attorney, of course, and the advantage for me to taking this route is the ability to kind of dip our toes into the water to see how it works without kind of going overboard and just allowing a free-for-all or too many events we feel like is alcohol related. It's possible I could come back in future years to kind of go further on this if we feel like the potential is growing for outside groups to use it and everything. But really right now what this kind of will allow us to do is, if it's our event, we could do events specific to the county, but it also allows vendors and people to participate in our events and bring their alcohol there. We would never be the ones, the county specifically, acquiring the ABC license. It would either be a nonprofit or a designated business who would be the ones acquiring that. Any changes we make, again, it would allow vendors such as Zoll to vend. I know that's the one we've heard about a lot for Daffodil Festival. And they would be able to come if we make this change because they'll have an off-site premises license issued by the state ABC board. We would, of course, require a copy of their documentation, their ABC license, to go with us in our facility use request that we file with the engineering department. In the future, I could see potential revenue sources by partnering with nonprofit groups if we make this change with a banquet special event license. So an easy example of this is the museum, the Body Top building. That used to be a tavern, as we all know, back in the day. If we were to run a themed event and we make it sort of a tavern, we could the county could run the event, but the museum foundation as a nonprofit would be the one getting the ABC license, managing all that, and then kind of coming back and working out some sort of contract and splitting profits or some sort of agreement we have for any revenue. There's numerous opportunities for creative events going down that route, and we'll just kind of see what comes up. But I think any thoughts or questions about any of this?
Comments, concerns, questions for Mr. Barber?
I do.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ms. Hanson.
So, just a question. It's the insurance agent on my mind. So when we're allowing the alcohol to be present on county property, have you looked into making sure that doesn't change our insurance or insurability or anything like that?
Yeah, so the way the ABC works is they have to get an ABC license and they have all sorts of different things there. But as far as the insurance, we work with Mr. Wilmot on getting it actually in there, but I don't think as long as we're not the permit holder, from what I understand from the ABC board, that we would not increase any of our insurance liability. But we can work through that when we change the actual administrative policy.
May I? Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please, Mr.
Sanson has a very good question. I don't think we've specifically checked with our insurer. I think that's a very good idea. So I think Mr. Barber and I will be checking with our insurer to see if this is potentially problematic. It shouldn't be, because counties are basically cloaked with sovereign immunity for claims based on negligence. So it shouldn't affect our insurance rates, but let's make sure it doesn't.
Yeah, that's a part of the process. When we go with you, we'll make sure. But again, when I talk to the ABC, for their understanding, it's the liability falls on the permit holder, which would be in this case the nonprofit or something like that. So
I know in regards to like certain things, when you meld two things together, whenever we've had events, even with the groups that I've been involved with, when you put alcohol in the mix, whatever that is, insurers tend to walk away or not want to insure certain things because alcohol is involved. So that's why.
Yes.
May I, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please.
I did have a question. Mr. Zoll was the impetus for this, or primarily the impetus. And his concern, I think, arose out of his inability to participate in the Daffodil Festival.
Correct.
As a wine vendor.
Correct.
And wine merchant here in Gloucester. So my question is, in a very long-winded way, will this affect this year's Daffodil Festival?
Yes, we anticipate, if we get the okay tonight or the proceed to go ahead, we'll go ahead and update the administrative policy with you, and we should have everything in place for Daffodil Festival.
Has he applied for this year?
Yes, he has.
But he has not been denied this
He
year.
has been, we've told him pending.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Hutson.
The Parks and Rec nonprofit has been dissolved, correct?
Correct.
So this would be an opportunity to get another group together.
Yes.
And they could have wine festivals or whatever, because I've been to a couple over in Smithfield, and they're very well attended.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it might be a good opportunity to look into that.
Okay.
For funding.
Questions? Any other questions, comments? It'd be interesting to see what this facilities use policy would look like.
Okay.
To see what we can do with it.
Mm-hmm. All right. And I don't think we need an official vote or anything. It's just
Not now.
get the okay, and
Yeah.
we're good.
No,
Yeah.
I think we're good with the okay. I
Okay.
don't think there's any problems I don't think there's anybody up here wanting to stop this tonight. I think we're in good spot to continue.
All right. Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Okay, moving on in our regular agenda, we now have a consideration of an ordinance establishing an arts district in Gloucester County. Ms. Regine Biggers, Deputy County Administrator.
I finally get my chance up here.
Welcome.
Oops. All right, there we go. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. This evening, I'm excited to share with you the concept and vision for a proposed Main Street Arts District. One of my initial assignments upon joining the county was to draft a proposed art district ordinance. The art district concept was initially introduced at the January 25th, 2025 Board of Supervisors retreat as a combined historic and art district. After reviewing the two historic districts on Main Street and the approval process for building modifications required with the Courthouse Square Historic District, it was determined that a separate art district and ordinance would be best. Art districts are a proven tool used by localities to strengthen community identity, support artists, and enhance visitor experiences. Gloucester's art district is not a traditional district with tax incentives or regulatory changes. It is a marketing and branding initiative focused on promotion, visibility, and tourism-driven impact. So, why an art district? An art district in Gloucester County will strengthen community identity and sense of place. It will provide additional tools to promote, encourage tourism in Gloucester that highlights public art, educational facilities, and retail opportunities. It will showcase and celebrate Gloucester's art community through marketing materials, website presence, signage, an electronic map with art descriptions that provide background information on public art. As the appeal for tourists and residents to visit Gloucester's Main Street, to see historic sites, enjoy the beauty of the public art, and for unique shopping and dining opportunities. It will increase visitation to Main Street and help promote tourism, economic vitality throughout the county. In front of you tonight is a proposed art district boundary, which we're asking the board to approve. It includes the Main Street Courthouse Village Corridor. It includes studios, galleries, and other art-related locations currently in Gloucester, but it does not change zoning, building codes, or regulations. Implementation of the art district. So the art district would be managed through the Parks and Recreation and Tourism Department. Participation is voluntary and must meet the ordinance restriction. So participants must demonstrate they are art-focused, teaching, creating, exhibiting, performing, and selling art. A registry of participants will be maintained by the Park and Recreation Department. The county will provide branding, signage, promotion, as well as produce maps, directories, and marketing materials. The budget. So we're estimating a one-time startup cost of $4,600 with a minimal ongoing cost for brochures and marketing. So about $600 for 100 full-color stickers, possibly 2 signages and a VDOT land use permit. Of course, we're possibly adjusting that to 1 sign and 1 permit, and brochures and marketing for $500. But what are the benefits to artists and business of having this art district? This ordinance provides an official arts district recognition and signage, inclusion in county marketing and directories, promotion of events, exhibits, and activities, increased visibility to residents and visitors, partnership with schools and community groups, strengthen tourism and local vibrancy. It will promote art walks, open studios, and others. Of course, coordination of art festivals and different celebrations around the county. So what are the next steps? Tonight, we are asking the board to consider adopting this ordinance as well as the proposed boundary map. We're looking to host a meeting for all Main Street business owners to share information about upcoming projects and to solicit feedback. We're looking to gather feedback and encourage participation. We want to launch an arts district branding and registry, and then come to the board annually to report the progress of this art district. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to your feedback.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Biggers. Questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Leming.
I've had some feedback on this particular resolution, Mr. Chairman, both ex parte and present. I spoke to Matt Barber before he excused himself. He regrets that he's still not here. I'm not going to speak for him. Are you still here, Matt? Oh, I thought you left. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm in favor of the Arts District. I'm concerned about the downstream manpower requirements of the department that's referenced in here so nicely. I don't believe that those downstream man hours are reflected in the presentation that we just saw, and I really, at this time, am unable to quantitate that, to be honest with you. And so I kind of feel like this topic is ripe for a motion to table.
Okay.
If that would be entertained by the group.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Bonniville.
Yeah. You beat me to the punch. I got to be quicker. I too agree. I'm reading the resolution, and it reads to me like a job posting almost, with the amount of requirements that comes with it. And obviously, this is uncharted territory. I like the $4,600 number, but I don't believe it because I do believe there's more man hours that need to go into this as well. And I would absolutely agree with your statement. Yeah. So I would, I would actually second the motion.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. We can, I know, Mr. Wilmot, I'm coming to you, but we do have a motion and a second. We don't need it, I know. We're going to continue our conversation. Yes, sir, I'm with you, Mr. Wilmot. I'm not the Roberts Rules expert that you are, but I do know a little bit about a lot of things, and I do know that we can continue our conversation. Yep. Dr. Orth.
So we table it. We'd like to get your thoughts on where we go with this. I mean, what are the next steps? So there's obviously quite a few people that are interested. So where do we go with this particular topic?
So can I comment before you do, Mr. Leming? Dr. Leming? So in our next steps here, 2 of the items are host a meeting for all Main Street business owners to share information about upcoming projects and to solicit feedback. Typically, we do that when we have when we did the historic district, we had that. And then the other one is gather feedback and encourage participation. I think we should have those 2 things occur, and then we can bring this back at a later date. Me personally, I don't know if we actually have to have an ordinance to make it an arts district, because the arts district, as it's labeled in the state guidelines here, we're not taking advantage of what is in the state code. My other concern is we get this going, but then all of a sudden, you know, we do the first $4,600 for all the collateral, but then it says we're going to maintain that collateral. So in a couple years, we have a couple new businesses show up that want to be included, but they're not in any of that information. I think we've got to figure out a way to build upon this, because like my counterparts here, there are some objects here that I think are going to cost us more money than the $4,600 original cost down the road. So that's my concern. But I think if we're wanting to do this, we should look at the 2 items on the next steps and get those done, and then we can talk about this again later. But and then I'd want to massage some of what's in the proposed ordinance so that we can figure out how we're going to go down in the future. Yes, Ms. Hanson.
So is it possible to get the residents and citizens' feedback on this? Because today I got several calls that were not interested in that. You know, we're a historic district, not an art district, and those two things don't blend very well. They feel like we have enough art presented in our courthouse in a way that's classy and manageable. You know, a couple of other pieces being brought forward is, you know, nice, especially during festivals. But I've had several people call me today and said they do not agree with it. And so I think some of them are confused about what that means to the direction, the control of what that means for their businesses or for our courthouse moving forward. So is there any way of maybe polling our citizens? Yeah, I mean, not
things that I administer.
So that's
I mentioned here, because part of this art district is out on Main Street that's all residential, so having them weigh in, and then just a county feedback would be good as well. That's just not the Main Street
right,
area.
because
I
it's
agree.
all our courthouse and what we drive through here. My mom doesn't like the murals. I mean, everybody has an opinion.
Right.
But, you know, I mean,
I know.
I think it's important that we get a good temperature of what our citizens want for this.
Mr. Nicosia, and then you, Dr.
I agree with everything that has been stated here, but you actually brought up what I was going to bring up. As Dr. Leming and everybody else, I am definitely not against it. However, most of the constituents on Main Street that I spoke with as their representative said, what is it? What is it? Not we're against it necessarily. What is it? What is it, and what is it going to do for us? And I'm not talking about the business owners.
Yes.
I'm talking about the residents. What is it going to do for us? And so I agree with Ms. Chriscoe. I think some of these steps need to happen. Everybody needs to be on the same page. And then those residents that said, what does it do for us? They'll have their answer. Right. So,
Dr. Orth?
Yeah, I think as long as there's a full explanation of what it really does mean, you know, so given that this is a topic that has come up and in detail today, letting people know in detail what is happening. So I think, as you've said, Mr. Chriscoe, the next step might be getting Main Street businesses to make sure they fully understand what's expected, you know, how it's going to benefit them. I think some of the people who did talk here did mention the possibility or the potential advantages. Are there disadvantages? Again, I think Mr. Leming or Dr. Leming's comments about tabling might be appropriate to allow us to get a better handle on how people think about it. And you're right, there are going to be people that are going to not like arts. They're not going to like this, but if we want to get the temperature of people, let's make sure they fully understand exactly what this all means so they can make an informed decision based on the information that they have at hand.
Right. So we don't have to do the motion to table, because what we're doing is giving feedback to staff so they can do the next steps to bring it back. As long as we don't have a motion to deny this, then it stays as active, an active part of our ongoing list of agenda topics until such time we get that information and can reschedule.
Okay, so we go to the next step. Who organizes that?
Can I say
Yes,
something?
Ms. Steele.
And Regine, I apologize, I don't want to jump in ahead of you,
Okay.
but just having a little bit of the history on this from when we started. One of mention and clarify that the business meeting is something that I asked the chair and vice chair to attend, as well as Sherry and the tourism staff and all, is not a business meeting about the art district. It would include that topic, but we also have feedback that we want to get from them. Sherry's asked by the EDA to do a survey, so that's going on. They can give update on that. We are looking at the historical markers that can be put on buildings that you see in historic districts that we've talked about. And so we want to ask, because we don't know that the businesses will be interested in having a sign that says, 1910, whatever. So I just wanted to be clear, first of all, that the meeting is for the businesses, and we anticipate that these kind of meetings would go around to other places like you all have talked about, maybe it's Gloucester Point, whether it's other thematic meetings, not just geographic, but for the businesses to hear what's happening in the county with the 375th, with the 250th. There's already, we already know there's a sponsored with cash prizes, decorating contest. So I don't want it to, we can cover what all and get all the feedback that we need that night, but just please don't think it's an art district business meeting. It's a business meeting for the community to come out and talk to the county and to meet with us afterwards and just kind of give us feedback about all kinds of things, similar to the one we did years ago about, business-friendly thing, but it's just geared towards this group first because we have these projects.
Dr. Leming, he was...
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, when this was sold to me, it was sold to me as it would have NFI, no fiscal impact. And if we could, I'm not proposing this, by the way, but if we could prove like chapter 1 and 2, I'd be okay with it. What I think follows after 2 is an unfunded mandate. That's how I see it. And actually, Mr. Chairman, what I'd love to see at some organizational meeting is the group of stakeholders who wants this to create some kind of entity to fund and operate it. I mean...
Districts are normally sponsored by the locality. The question that was raised tonight about do we need to go that route, there's the enabling legislation that says you can do this or you may do those. It doesn't say you have to give these incentives. There's an arts and historic district combination group in Hampton. It usually has more clout, more access to Virginia Tourism Corporation facilities, all the other things that we have that a private local entity here is not going to have. So there's several things that, it's voluntary. Whether somebody appreciates it or not, it's already here. The cost, I don't know, and we can talk more about how much is involved with staff, but our staff is doing marketing every single day. So it's going to be very difficult to pull out, okay, how much of Susan's time are we going to say to make this brochure when she's doing brochures and things all the time? So I think we need to have these questions answered. We need to have people feel comfortable about it. And if the board doesn't want to go with it, that's fine. If the board does, that's fine. But I also think that we need to recognize this is what the Department of Tourism does. So this is part of their mission.
Dr. Orth?
So we have a tourism committee. I'm assuming this has been discussed by that committee, or do we know? And the other is that could we have information from other localities about how historic districts have operated and their success or failure and any economic impacts that have developed from those districts as well as the cost?
We can do anything that you want to do, but I want you all to kind of think about something, and I mean no offense in this. I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill for something that's a branding thing. And you're going to create a lot of staff time to go figure out. And when we first started, and I looked at it, I'm the person who started with it because they're, trying to help with the staff. I looked at Hampton, and then we looked around and I sent some other examples. I'm not sure. We've been talking about this for over a year now. So I don't know if the tourism committee has been asked. We will do anything to make the board feel comfortable, but I just think it goes back to what Mr. Hutson says all the time. This is where the board is, and this is the staff. And you all, if you like something, if you like the direction, if you want us to do that, we will. If you want us to spend time figuring out prices, we'll be glad to.
Yeah, I don't mean to put additional work on staff, but I was just throwing out some ideas that might help facilitate moving this particular issue in the right direction. That's all.
Dr. Leming, anything else? Mr. Hutson?
My only concern about this is there going to be a definition of art? Somebody might find something. I mean, we look at the photography that was looking at being opened up. I mean, if that's something that needs to be considered. If they're going to be included in the art district, that's my only concern.
We did have the problem with the Pocahontas statue at first, so it can happen.
Well, the state flag. But, I mean, I'm in favor of it. I would vote for it tonight. There's not the votes for it. But I think we need to look and just get these questions answered, have the meeting, gather the feedback, and let's go. But I think we need to see if there's any way that the participating businesses could pay an annual fee to help offset some of the, I mean, I don't mean $1,000. I mean $25, $50, $10.
Well, we are looking at such a minimal cost for this that we didn't discuss having it. It's like when you join the chamber, yes, you pay a fee and you get the little sticker. And this is the kind of thing, the sticker would go on there.
Well, that's what I mean, but to offset the cost.
So it could, but more expensive than that we really wanted to talk to the businesses about, because it is much more expensive than printing stickers, is if we decide to do the bronze plaques, or if we do metal signs that have the dates of the buildings, like many historic districts have.
But
so
we're looking
at
we're looking at two different districts there.
I guess that it was going to the asking for their help.
Yeah, but I mean, if we need to stay strictly at arts, and I think that, if they're not going to get any tax breaks as mentioned or whatever else, but if they're going to be part of the branding, that's advertising they're not really paying for. So if they had a $10 annual fee or whatever to help offset some of this cost, I think it would be a win-win.
It's not a big deal. I think something like that, I just was pointing out that it's going to be a lot more that we would maybe ask for the other. But I think as long as the board gives us the correct, or not the correct, but so we know where you want to go on economic development that we spend money on to help other people make money, as to where do we draw the line of what we ask for and what we expect for them to get in taxes and return and employees and those kind of things. So I just want to make sure of that we don't go down the wrong path, because being quite honest, it feels like this is a little bit down the wrong path. It kind of started out this week with that, and so if that's not what the board wants, then we don't want to go there.
Well, I think you've gotten the recommendation from us that we would like to have more information before we agree to an ordinance that is enabled by state legislation, but we're not taking any advantage of what the state legislation would allow us to do, other than putting a name onto this. And we're looking at potentially, and as to Mr. Bonniville's point, at some point in time, if this thing were to grow, this could grow into a full-time position having to handle all of this. And that could be, well, and the other bad thing is it's only 10 years. So at the 10-year mark, the next board will have to go through all of this and do this again. So I think getting the feedback, like we do with most other ordinances and districts that we've done, we've had community meetings to set the tone of how we want to handle this. And I think doing that will give us the path forward to the ordinance that we want to create to facilitate this. And by then, maybe we can look at, like Mr. Hutson said, offsetting some of the cost to the county, because there is going to be cost to the county, and there's going to be a continued cost with websites and more branding and more collateral as this thing goes on for 10 years. So I think there's some concern, and we need to get some of these questions answered.
So we will come back with the feedback and encourage participation. I will sit and talk to Matt and go over how it would look for staffing and the timing wise. Like Carol did say, we do marketing all the time, every day. So, but I will line it out and show you how it would look, and bring this back to the board as well as all the information and the recommendations, and maybe an annual fee or maybe not, and you guys can decide later, but I will bring it back with all the recommendations that were brought up tonight.
Perfect. Yes, Ms. Hanson.
You know, it's like Ashley said, it's a 10-year commitment. So, and any of those things can change, you know, along the way as far as financing, like you said, or what that looks like. So I think it behooves us to look at it and a little more deeper. And for myself today, I would say no, because if I know more and get the feedback from the community in a more positive way, that maybe they understand it, and maybe they would come back to me and say they approve of it. But right now, I don't get the consensus that people are supporting this.
Yes, because I think compared to the other localities that's around us, there is tax incentives, rebates. They do so much more. So when you hear an art district, it sounds different. We're proposing just branding, marketing, and basically helping with economic development in Gloucester without giving tax incentives, without this. So we'll bring that back to you, and we'll bring up different localities and different things as well, to kind of like a comparison and show you how it's completely different than what we're asking and what they're doing currently.
It was my understanding that tax breaks and incentives were going to be a part of this.
It never was, and that
never.
was bad rumors.
It's
Bad, very bad rumors, and
well, Ms. Steele, so what we were proposing is in our ordinance here, and it's not here, but that is part of what the state legislation allows us to do. I think what we're wanting to do can be done differently, and I think our ordinance would have to be changed to reflect, well, it may have to be changed to reflect what comes out of the community meeting and what the board desires.
That's okay. We'll come back with that.
Perfect.
and we'll work with Mr. Wilmot of whether it needs to be an ordinance at all.
Okay.
So this is just the marketing, no tax.
Correct.
Wait a
Okay.
second, they need to withdraw the motion.
Did they need to withdraw the motion, Mr. Wilmot?
Well,
Being that it was made.
And second.
it was made and seconded. You could vote on it. A motion to table is not necessary because there was no motion to table. But you can table the subject matter since there's been a motion and a second.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want a roll call then, since there's a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a motion to table with the orders that we've given. So, motion and a second. Ms. Steele, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chriscoe?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosia?
Yes.
Mr. Hanson? Mr. Hanson, Shannon, if I said Shannon, I would say it right.
Right.
And I even had
We had this
Trish,
conversation earlier today, Ms. Steele.
I'm just like going into the Mr.
No.
I just
Names.
old age, whatever. Routines. So Ms. Hanson? Yes. Mr. Bonniville? Yes. Dr. Orth? Dr. Leming? Yes. Mr. Hutson?
Yes.
Motion carries. I would say if we'd had more females on here, I'd be more used to it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Steele. So now we move back to Planning Commission. No, sorry. Where am I going to? The Personnel Policy Agreement with the Interim Clerk Court, item 5C, which we move to item 11C.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Wilmot.
If I may.
Sorry. Yes, please.
Pursuant to your rules of procedure, Dr. Leming requested, and as is his right, had this matter taken off the consent agenda and put on the regular agenda, and that's why we're here. The materials associated with this matter commence on page 27 of your agenda packet. There are 5 constitutional officers in Gloucester County, as in most jurisdictions. Those are independently elected constitutional officers pursuant to state code and the state constitution. Your 5 constitutional officers are the sheriff, the commissioner of the revenue, the treasurer, the Commonwealth attorney, and the circuit court clerk. Since before my time here in Gloucester County and continuously since then, it has been standard practice for the county through the Board of Supervisors to enter into these agreements with the constitutional officers. As you are aware, Kathy Dale, the former circuit court clerk, retired effective January 1st of this year. She has been replaced on an interim basis by her chief deputy clerk, Gloria Owens, who is serving as interim circuit court clerk. She is now the acting constitutional officer in that office. The county has agreements in effect with the other 4 constitutional officers, substantially in accord with the one starting on page 29 of your agenda packet, and had one with Kathy Dale, basically identical to the one starting on page 29. The purpose of these agreements is for the constitutional officer to voluntarily submit her or his employees to most of the personnel policies and procedures which are applicable to county employees. There are some glaring and noted differences, one of which is they do not submit to the grievance procedure, which is applicable to county employees in general. It also puts their employees, not the constitutional officer themselves, but their employees not only within the gambit of the personnel policies and procedures manual, but also part of the county's pay plan. So the agreement is identical or basically identical to the other agreements. I think Dr. Leming, and of course he can speak for himself, was concerned whether this would put any financial responsibility on the county above and beyond that which is dictated by state law, and primarily that being that constitutional officers and their employees are, for the most part, funded by the compensation board, by the state. It is fairly typical and standard for jurisdictions in the Commonwealth to supplement the salaries and benefits of the constitutional officer employees. We do that in Gloucester, and I think it's done, I would hazard to say, in most, if not all, other jurisdictions. You are not required to adopt this agreement. It doesn't require a public hearing. It doesn't require an ordinance. It wasn't advertised. It's standard. It's a voluntary thing, both on behalf of the county and on the constitutional officer. If she doesn't want to submit her employees to our rules and regulations, meaning the county employee rules and regulations, she doesn't have to. She doesn't have to be part of the payment plan. I think the thought is to put us all on the same page and to make constitutional officer employees as much similar as possible to county employees. I think that's the thought. I cannot speak to or answer whether this agreement puts any additional onus financially on the county. I don't think it does, but I can't say for certain. So that's in a very large nutshell.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lemon.
First of all, I appreciate counsel's recitation on the background of this. My limited understanding of this goes back some years, that the constitutional officers and their full-time employees are actually funded, their salaries are prescribed, that's the term used in the code, prescribed by the Virginia State Compensation Board, commonly referred to as the SCB. So the theory, I believe, of local supplements is that, for example, if the cost of living, say, in Arlington or Fairfax is 35 to 40% above the national standard, then Fairfax or Arlington will supplement those state compensation board prescribed salaries to compensate for that cost of living difference. I'm not against the resolution. I just think the resolution needs light of day, because the standard of living in Gloucester is 3% above the national average. Now, let me just give you some numbers that I think Ms. Calloway has provided me earlier today, so you fully understand why I want the light of day to fall on this. I believe the clerk's office personnel budget for FY26 is $815,338, of which the state compensation board will reimburse us 54%. So the clerk's office, our local contribution to the clerk's office to make them look like other county employees comes to the tick of $372,545 for fiscal year 26. And we've just raked the tourism people over the coals for $4,600. So I recognize that the resolution will not incur additional costs compared to last year. I recognize that these agreements occur with all the constitutional officers. But I don't think the taxpayers who are paying these salaries clearly understand how much money of local tax dollars are flowing into these constitutional officer salaries. I'm not here to decide that tonight. I really just want the light of day to hit it, and for people to understand that, I might be mistaken, but I think the prescribed salary for the clerk of the court for FY '26, I might be wrong, is $144,000. So
I think it's based on tenure and seniority as well.
there
I
are
think
some
there's
adjustments to that
some
based on those
adjustments.
things. Yes, I acknowledge that. I was being simple. So I didn't extract this to kill it. I extracted it because I think the public has a right to know that many people think that there's somehow these backroom deals. And every now and then when they come like this, I think people need to see what's going on and hear about it. That's all. I think everything that Mr. Wilmot said is probably correct. And I'm not opposed to the resolution, but I think it needed to be discussed. And I appreciate the opportunity to extract it.
Yes.
And if you need to prepare to move on, go ahead.
Well, now that we pulled it out, we need
There's
a,
a motion on page 27.
yes, to approve. Is that a motion, Mr. Hudson? Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? I will say this, Dr. Leming, it's a good point you bring out, and it's probably a discussion that we need to have during budget time on the state comp numbers to go into what these offices are paying. So,
It actually has to, Mr. Chairman, I apologize.
absolutely, no.
It actually is referenced, I believe Ms. Callaway was kind enough to point me to the section called the Board of Supervisors Policy Section 260. And I have a copy of that, which I've reviewed, and I appreciate Ms. Callaway giving me that reference.
So yes, we will bring this up again. With that, any other questions, comments? Ms. Steele, would you poll the board?
Mr. Nicosia?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson? Yes. Mr. Bonniville? Dr. Orth?
Yes.
Dr. Leming?
Yes.
Mr. Hutson?
Yes.
Mr. Chriscoe?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. We will now move to our board appointments. I'm looking here, we have a Board of Building Code Appeals.
No one.
Nobody. Board of Equalization, currently we have no one. We have a Clean and Green Advisory Committee wishing for reappointment.
So moved.
We have a motion for Mr. Matthew Williams. We have a Local Emergency Planning Committee, Mr. James Pike and John Meyer asking for reappointment.
So moved.
We have a Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. Ms. Hanson, have you spoken with anybody? Or yet?
I have someone that's
Okay.
asked to participate, so.
Perfect.
We get back to you.
Okay, next is our problem one of the evening, which hopefully it goes pretty easily. Yes, I was just going to explain what we have. We have a vacancy in the Abingdon district and a at-large member who is in the Abingdon district. So,
Planning Commission.
what did I say? No, I hadn't gotten to it yet. So, but the next one is a planning commission. We have a vacancy for an Abingdon member and a at-large member who is actually in the Abingdon district. So I've spoken to the member of the Abingdon district, and he is willing to be appointed in the Abingdon district so that we can appoint another person to the at-large district. With that, Dr. Orth, I will let you appoint the Abingdon district. And then I would ask that we appoint Mr. Tanner Hurst to the at-large district. And then we have a tourism committee, Main Street Association rep, and a recreation rep that are, one's resigned, and I'm assuming,
Elena Tirado and Adam Newland.
and I have not spoken with any of those, but we can do so before the next meeting. So with that, we have the ones, whoop,
Elena would be from Main Street Foundation, Main Street Association.
okay, then we can do it. Eliana, I guess? Elena? Eliana? So you're gonna make the motion for Eliana? Okay, for the Main Street, okay? So we have all of that. Is there a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. All right, so next up, Mr. Wilmot, County Attorney items.
Mr. Chair, we just want to clarify, did you all just do Eliana and we left the recreation open, correct? Thank you.
Yes, for now, till we can talk to someone else.
Nothing other than today's the day the music died. It's when Richie Havens and
Really?
Buddy Holly
Wow.
passed away. Yeah.
Big bopper.
Big bopper. Boards and commission reports. Okay. Supervisor discussion. Dr. Orth.
Yeah, Mr. Kurz came here several times talking about the Route 14 turnaround and the circle. It is common sense. I mean, it is crazy that you've got a circle at Walmart that everyone knows how to use, and then you've got a courthouse circle that's the opposite.
I can answer this.
Okay, go for it.
You want this right here is the only question I missed on my driving test. Because this is not a traffic circle. It's not considered a traffic circle. Even though it's a courthouse circle, it's not considered a traffic circle in VDOT and the laws of Virginia Highway.
Because my husband explained, if you're in the circle,
You have the right.
you have to stay in the circle. That's all I have to do too when I go to Walmart.
Yep, you have the right of way if you're in the circle,
Here,
but
you have to yield when you're in the circle. It's like, but I've done it all my life, so I'm surprised I haven't wrecked it well.
yeah, that's. I mean, that's a question we can ask VDOT, but it's it's technically not a
every
traffic circle.
roundabout in the world runs the way Walmart.
Well, even the one that used to be down at Mercury Boulevard.
Yeah, that's right.
Was that way
That's
back
right,
in the day.
yeah.
New kid that goes nowhere.
Right.
All of them.
We have,
So-
I did put a note, and I will check with Mr. McKnight. I know we talked with him once before, and he said exactly what you just said, but where I don't know if there's any flexibility is, can you change it even though it's not? So I want to make sure, and then let know if the board has a request.
Ask about that left turn, because that is an issue during traffic. You know, people.
That's a different, the U-turn one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that, I
That's
actually
gotta
don't remember
stop.
that.
And that's
from
common.
before.
That's right, it just backs traffic right up through the intersection.
Right.
Yep, the U-turn and left turn is allowed. Okay. Okay. Any other supervisor discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. Nicosia.
I see Ms. Dorsey Ortiz over there, and I would like to personally thank her. I sent her a laundry list of things that I needed her to check on for me, and you know, we task staff with a lot of stuff, and I want to thank her entire department because it took more than just her to deal with the issues that I brought to her attention. They took care of 98% of them. One issue was a VDOT issue, but I think it behooves us to point out that we have some solid staff, and when we ask them to do things or we ask them for their assistance, everybody comes to the table, brings their skills and knowledge, and gets things done. And that was a very satisfied constituent as far as I know, but it was a large list of things that needed to be looked into, and I'd like to thank her and her staff for their time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz, Ducey Ortiz and staff. Any other supervisor discussion? Seeing none, our next item is a closed meeting. Mr. Wilmot, would you please, we shouldn't take this long, so will you please read us in the closed session?
Yes, sir. Whereas the Gloucester County Board of Supervisors desires to discuss a particular subject in closed meeting during the course of its meeting on February 3, 2026, and whereas the nature of the subject is new fire station, more specifically discussion of acquisition, disposition of interests in real property, investment of public funds, consultation with legal counsel, and expenditure of public funds. Such discussion in the closed meeting is expressly permitted by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, A3, 6, 8, and 29. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Gloucester County Board of Supervisors does hereby convene in closed meeting for the purpose herein expressed pursuant to the legal authority herein recited.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Ms. Steele, would you please poll the board?
Ms. Hanson? Yes. Mr. Bonniville? Dr. Orth?
Yes.
Dr. Leming?
Yes.
Mr. Hutson?
Yes.
Mr. Chriscoe?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosia?
Yes.
Closed session.
All right, we are in closed session.
The Gloucester County Board of Supervisors has completed its discussion in closed meeting and now desires to continue its open meeting. And whereas only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting, and the only subjects heard, discussed, or considered in said closed meeting were the matters identified in the resolution by which it was convened. Now therefore be it resolved that the Gloucester County Board of Supervisors does hereby reconvene an open meeting at its meeting of February 3, 2026, and certifies the matters set forth in Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712D.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and multiple seconds. No further discussion. Ms. Steele, would you poll the board?
Mr. Bonniville? Yes. Dr. Orth?
Yes.
Dr. Leming?
Yes.
Mr. Hutson?
Yes.
Mr. Chriscoe?
Yes.
Mr. Nicosia?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned.